Microphone. Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. Check. Everyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Paul can hear the piano. Hello, Hendrix. Hello, Paul. Loud and clear, says Will. Yay. I think there's a bit of a delay as usual. We shall make do. Hello, Thomas. Hello, Vikram. Hello, Calaminio. From Poland. Help me say your name. I just butchered it. I'm sorry. Hello, Omkar. What's up with the title? What is live stream? Are we not in December 2023? I don't understand. What's with the? Is that not the correct title? Are we not live streaming in December 23? Is it a formatting issue? A spelling issue? How is the voice to music balance? Everything okay for everyone? Oh. Of course. I've jumped ahead a month. I am a time traveler. Thank you. You know what it is? My friend opened their advent calendar early. So I just had this feeling that we're in December already. Yes, I do have a vocal for this this track. This was one we made in one of the tutorials. I used this vocal. Hello, Host Guru. I mean, December 1997. Might as well be, yes. Thank you for pointing that out. I also had a lot of alcohol yesterday. Not that I'm that hungover, but it may be clouding my performance. There were some celebrations afoot. Funny story about this vocal, actually. I was looking in the folder. I'm pretty sure it's called Mint Vocal Hooks. It was on Splice. And there was another vocal in there, which I recognize, by the same girl. Anyone recognize this vocal? I'll have to play it over something, won't I? B minor. B minor instrumental. Do 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 do. That'll do. Let's grab that. So apparently this is 100 BPM. So much for Ableton's auto vocal detection magic that it was supposed to add. It's not worked for me yet. Although vocals are very hard to auto detect, I will give it that. This vocal was the same singer.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby.
Anyone recognize it?
Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain we caused each other so long, yeah. Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain we caused each other so long, yeah.
If I'd have just used the other vocal by that same vocalist instead of the Sublime one, I would have had a hit, obviously. It has got some Whitney Houston qualities, yes. Right, apparently what we're doing is tech house, start to finish. Everyone on board? If you missed my post, the most requested thing was Fisher stroke Dom Dollar style tech house. So I figured we'd try some of that. Hello, Alex. Excuse me, I'm just stuffing my face with food before we get started. Loop Cloud have nice house vocal packs. Yes, I'm pretty sure a lot of the same packs are on Splice and Loop Cloud now. They're both very good services. Hello, Max. When you think everything's original, but then you realize it's all from Splice. Yes. Well, isn't that just a lot of music? Dance house, especially house's foundations, were built on sampling. It's still, sampling is still an art in itself. Finding, there's hundreds of millions of samples on Splice, probably. I'm not sure of the actual total number, but there might as well be. You've still got to, it's still an art to be able to spot the good ones and make them work in the context of your own music. What was your question, Jason? Oh, how do you feel about this reemergence of the early 2000s style commercial trance? Yeah. Well, yeah, we saw it again about 10 years ago, didn't we, as well? Seems to come around every decade. I'm all for it, yes. One of my favourite tracks that I've ghost written in the last few years was a trance riff that I think it's one of my best ever written riffs I've done. But that was a trance one. It was very. Hello, Ollie. Apparently, we're doing. We're going to go for Fisher, stroke, Dom Dollar. Well, I say that if anyone in here has any preferences, because Dom Dollar's gone kind of disco, hasn't he? Let me just refresh my memory on Dom's latest. Saving up. Yeah, I would call that disco. I wouldn't call that tech. What else is there? Obviously, Rhyme Dust was tech. What was... Oh, that's an older one. Take it's getting on a bit now. Ah, I see. No, it wasn't Ten Snake. Yeah, it was a DOD. And Fisher's latest was probably Atmosphere, was it?
Think about you all the time. Day and night, you're on my mind. Always want you by my side. Babe, come on, what's up tonight? I could be your alibi. Always want you by my side. Think about you all the time. Day and night, you're on my mind. Always want you by my side. Babe, come on, what's up tonight?
Holding on chords 5 and 6 for the break. And then how do we drop? Okay, here's the mixing. I get it now. Oh, straight in. Interesting. Frisian drop. Kind of a 2 bass line thing. Noisu's recent release. Have I heard it? Says Ollie. I haven't. Let's check Noisu's recent for inspiration. Is it Vogue? Or Burning with Martin Ikin. 3 days ago. I presume Oh, 1 month ago on, yeah, okay. Can we get as extended? Oh, okay. Oh, I know this, yeah, sure. Yeah, drop the rave lead. Oh, and then it pulls out. Very interesting. Okay. Well, that's not a million miles away from Fisher and Dom. I think between those three references, we could pull something together. Let's start there. Let me just grab this file. Now, do we keep the rave lead this time around? Oh, we remove the vocal hook. So we need a dub vocal, 2 bass lines. Bear with me, I'm just going to grab these all into one place. Yep. Good shout. I presume, is that the right one? Burning. Stefano, that was Burning by Martin Ikin and Noisu. It's like Noisu's and Martin Ikin's latest release. Oh, you were thinking of Vogue. You were thinking of Vogue. Well, let's give it a listen. I like that though. I like Burning. Noisy Vogue. Let's have a listen.
It's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen,
Okay.
Gaga, it's giving Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue,
Well, same groove as Atmosphere.
it's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen, Gaga, it's giving Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue, Vogue.
Okay, so we got some 909 rim percussion. We're Frisian again. Almost acid on the bass.
It's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving Queen, Gaga, it's giving Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue, Vogue, it's giving Madonna, Vogue, it's giving Life, Goals, it's giving Mariah, Diva, it's giving Rainbow, Era, it's giving
I like the
Queen, Gaga, it's
909
giving
clap turnarounds.
Iconic, Drama, it's giving Vogue, Vogue.
Well, we've got a starting point. Hello, Pascal. I'm very good. How are you lot? Right, let us begin something. Shall we use DOD's vocal while it's there? Well, not that it's DOD's vocal, Splice's vocal, Vocal Mint Hook's vocal. I'm not actually sure what the singer is called.
When we were so
For those of you who are late to the party, someone was saying my piano track needed a good vocal. And I gave it this vocal, the Sublime vocal. And I found in the same folder the vocal from DOD's So Much in Love. Or Let's Take It Back. I can't remember what the DOD release is called now. Because this one's called Let's Take It Back. I'm not sure if they use the same title. Probably not. Just in case. Anyway, let's get a vibe going. And... Those'll do. Let's make a reference folder. Actually, I need everything in here, so my voice sidechains all the music. We don't need this one anymore. Piano's still there, yep. Good, good. Probably keep it simple for time's sake. Now, could be very naughty and just see this kick drum here. A lesser man may just steal that. I'm not going to do that here, though. But let me tell you, it does happen. It does happen. Oh, I need an extended of Burning. Oh, it isn't extended. It just starts with a vocal. A vocal that no one will ever hear because the DJs do not start the mix at that point. So, very stompy, kind of semi-distorted kicks on most of these. Oh no, Dom Dollars. Oh, that's Rhyme Dust, isn't it? So let's take. So Dom Dollars is tight. Noisus are all kind of those 909 distorted vibes ish, and Fishers are all like that as well. You can hear the difference for everyone who's paranoid about mixing. By the way, I thoroughly encourage you get a good 4 or 5 references into your projects because you'll soon realize the sheer breadth of tone that you can get away with. If you've ever idealized samples for being like the perfect kick drum for this or that or the other, it doesn't exist. These kick drums are all completely different. And I'm sure they all work out live. I've not heard a bad Fisher or Noisu mix yet. I'm pretty sure I've not heard a bad Dom Dollar or MK, when he's on his own, can be quite muddy, but they always work in the club still. So that's kind of an outlier.
Vogue, it's giving life.
So let me show you the way I would do this if we were starting truly from scratch, so everyone gets an idea. Grab the bass too. Hello, Prentice. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the Stutter House and other tutorials. Necron, we should cover DoD's Sleepless Piano. There's a lot of people talking about M1, but no one talks about quite how to get the sound that the pros do is much better than an M1. We can go over that later, maybe. Yep, I've been requested to do Tech House for a minute, so we're going to get a little vibe going here. Probably just a build and a drop, and then we'll talk about arrangement. If they're just going to serve a kick on the platter, it'd be rude for me not to sample it. Well, yes, this is the thing. I can't make a video, though. Hello, Techum. We're making Tech House. Techum. Hello, Canady. Is it Canady? From Brazil. Hello. YouTube says it would be a good time to insert adverts. Already? Nope. I'm going to click close on that. I don't really make much from live streams anyway. I don't care about milking viewers for adverts. All 45 of you. Yes, well, this is an option. Not this one. Could it be copyrighted? Possible that it would get. The problem is the robots. So I did a video on how using a plugin like Rave Generator could get you in a lot of trouble. And while it's technically not very easy to identify, for example, things like short stabs from other records, if you've sampled them into your record, the problem I'm foreseeing is that AI is going to make that very, very simple. And if a record label can profit with very little effort and outlay of their own, a major record label would take that on. So it's kind of a doomsday scenario. I'm not saying it will happen, but I can't make that video telling people be careful about using samples and then just do this. But we're going to find a similar one in my collection of millions of samples. See, I've already told you a lie. Let's actually start going here. Sorry, it's EXO I'm looking for by XLN Audio. And we're going to need to turn this up already by 10 because its output is very low for some reason, this plugin. Actually, let's get a range of tempos first. What are we looking at? So Rhyme Dust is already at 128. Looks like Vogue is already 128. Yep. Burning looks like 128. And I presume Atmosphere is a bit slower because that's chilled, isn't it? Yeah. let's pull it in line. I'm presuming that's a 126 by the sounds of it, or a 125. Whoops. It was a 126. Apologies, I'm struggling to be able to type, and my microphone is right over my keyboard here. Just let me move some things around. Professional streamer here. Professional streamer. Alert. Everyone. Stay calm. There we go. So 128 would be fine. I need one of these. Too hard. I either need a good kick drum which will be saturatable, or one that's already. Let me find the area here. You see, I've already lied to you because I said I'm starting from scratch, but what I'm really doing here is searching thousands of samples that I've accumulated over 15 years. So it's not exactly fair to call it. Oh. That's the area. It's a bit high. Could we pitch it? Let's put that in the draft and see what. It's a bit hard. We want cool, not absolutely slamming. These sound like techno kicks. Ah. Not too bad. What was our original? Oh, it was quite similar to that, wasn't it? I'm going to try that one, see if we can pitch it down. I'm not going to keep it in XO. How good do I think XO is at grouping similar samples? I'm sometimes underwhelmed. It's not really doing an AI thing like some of the modern plugs are. It's kind of going off. It's like an overall tonal balance. So as far as I can gather, it's bright stuff on the right, dull stuff on the left, short stuff at the top, long stuff at the bottom. So you're not going to get necessarily. If you have duplicate samples, it will put them in the same place, obviously. So it knows enough. So all my long ones at the bottom there. And then these are all going to be tiny. And the bright stuff is over the right. And the dull stuff over at the left. So as long as you're aware of that, I think it's very... It still saves a lot of time. Having said that, Ableton 12 now has the whole AI similar sounding samples thing. Hello, Ati. Thank you. I also don't mind that one. But it's, again, too high. I've gone for too long without listening to a reference. That reminds me of another. Was it Make 'Em Dance by Camel Fat? I've heard that kick drum before. Now, the other thing I need to check is sometimes, obviously, the intros to the extended mixes are already high pass. Something the DJ should do live, really, but I'm just going to check the sub level. Yeah, so that's a full kick drum. I'm used to looking at this meter, so I know if I was at the studio with the big speakers, obviously I would already I'd already know that this kick drum was full, but because I'm on my Sennheisers, and I'm not dialed in yet, just checking that, because that's not got a lot of chest, but the subs are full there. That's not been high pass. I'm going to take the click off because that will annoy everyone. I tuned the click out and I keep forgetting I've left it on, and then everyone listening to my tracks is like, yo dude, take the kick off, please. Yes, but Ableton 12 looks like it might solve this problem. I don't want anything with a hi-hat. Yeah, we've gone very acoustic up there. Are there any distorted ones over here? No. Some good stuff down here though. That's very low. Everyone can rip this video afterwards and just have a bunch of kick samples, right? Why not? Pascal wants to know, are there any good house plugins you would recommend for a starter? House plugins. Specifically for house? You're best off with, if you're going to spend money, get yourself a Splice or Loop Cloud membership, because your biggest problem is going to be just finding samples, and I have thousands of samples over the years, and what you typically find is there's very few sample packs which are full of, completely full of good stuff. You normally find a couple of really nice things that you use a lot, and then the rest are kind of forget about. If you're like me though, you don't throw anything away though, just in case. And now you end up with thousands and you have to search through like this. I'm not actually hearing anything, and this does not make for an entertaining stream. So we're going to, I think I'm going to try pitching that one down. That's my best option for now. I'm going to drag it into Ableton Sampler, so I've got more control than the, I don't like the envelope parameters for XO. I don't really use it as a sampler, I use it as a search device. Hello, Inside the Mind. You're invisible. Oh, did you ask a question? Sorry. I will be missing a lot of questions while I... any chance to hit on the theory behind one-shot grooves? The call and response using one-shot synths, perks, and vocals that make up the lead groove as a whole. Heard a lot in tech trance grooves. I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to. Hello, Carlo. We'll go for half length kick. From what I saw on most of these waveforms, you can see the kick usually dies a reasonable amount before the halfway point in the bar here. We don't want a long kick drum, certainly because we're going to be using a moving bass line. So you don't want the kick drum to have any pitch. If you saw my tuning kicks video, thoroughly recommended. I go over the difference between divers and droners. You need to know what kind of kick you're looking for. Whoa, 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 whoa. We will soon find out if this will pitch. Not greatly. Can we add a pitch envelope? It's not too bad. Where are we hitting? In the 50 hertz area? That's about the same as a reference. If the flavor is really off the mark, I may come back to that and add a top kick to it. I don't normally recommend it. Like I say, I'm a big proponent of just finding the right sample from the beginning, so you don't have to EQ or anything like that. You don't really have to mix a good set of samples if you found the right ones. For the sake of a stream, though, we may have to just plow on, or else I do spend hours looking for drums and then literally minutes mixing. I do it that way around. Better ear training for starters, and saves you a lot of work. Because if the producer comes in and says, I want a different bass sound, the fact that you've not really had to mix much means you won't have to undo a lot. And trust me, that happens a lot. So that's... let's listen for top loops. So this and atmosphere are pretty similar. We're both semi-swung. That was quite... There's a lot less swung than Fisher. And burning is straight. Round just is straight. I don't think we're going to use a top loop for this. So. That's all clap flavor.
Gaga is giving iconic drama. It's giving Vogue.
You see, if you want that vibe, all you have to do is type 909 into Ableton, or find yourself some 909 samples, and it's already there.
Queen, Gaga is giving iconic.
You could just go straight in with. You need the closed hi-hat to close the open hi-hat because they are what's called on a drum group. Put the clap there. Let's I'm I thought I was on the 16th grid. Nope, I am on. I need to be able to. I see. I've moved the microphone in front of my screen and not in front of my keyboard. This is going very badly. I may go for a shorter hat. I need to take the. I need to mute these. I just need them to close the hat on the kick drums, and then we could put in some in between from the rim shots. Let's go slightly swung. The swing is only going to affect these because these are on the these are syncopated. If you don't know how swing works, it moves every other. It would move these to the right. Basically, that's how swing works. So none of your unsyncopated notes, the ones on the beats, in our case eighths, none of the eighths would get moved. Only the in between sixteenths would move with 16th swing. Clap is the wrong clap. Hi-hat's classic though. We just need a tight clap really. There's no
Goals, it's giving
actually
Vogue, it's giving.
It's going to depend on our bass line because Vogue has a 909. Definitely has a 909 style clap. But I will do it on a separate track anyway because we need. And then we'll find a top loop and we're probably good to start playing with bass. Whoops. Let's find some of those kind of. Oh. Yes. Drum samples on Noisu splice packs all just sound like really dry 909s. Yes. Does not surprise me. Oh, like it. Just something with a good crack in the high mids is going to do us. I'm not hearing too many layers. And you don't want one with, if you're looking for tight claps, pay attention to the start of the sample. You don't want much of a build-up. Yeah, all classics. I think between these lots, we will be fine. I'm going to turn this into a rack so we can experiment with layers if we need to. But for now, probably just this one. Ouch. It's a start. And then the real flavor comes from a good top loop. Let's find we could just jump on Noisu splice pack. We could. But the principle is all the same. I think, Martin, that's all going to be a bit too busy. But they're good when you want to fill out space, should you ever want to do that. Yeah, I think all these are going to be a little bit busy. Double check. That's swung. Nice tambourine. Let's just double check it with. We can unswing it. So we have full control. The main giveaway to the swing is this swung hi-hat here. See how late that one is? All I would have to do is let's put this in beats mode. Then we can put it to I may move these rims to their own track. Let's just duplicate this. I'm going to have these a lot more swung. Okay, it's in the ballpark. Let's get bass things. Why is everything green? Oh, it's because we're in a group, isn't it? Oh dear me. I've grouped everything so it sidechains off my voice, and now it's not going to select different colors for everything. That's going to be annoying for me. What am I doing? I don't want a bass. Well, actually, for those of you who work with samples, you would do this way. I'm going to go and grab a synth, obviously Vital, and make a bass line. But if that's not your vibe, yeah, you'll be on Splice looking for those kind of lines as samples. I'm thinking moving burning. Because we've gone swung, we're going to go for this more Fisher.
Vogue, it's giving life. Goals, it's giving Mariah.
And what was the bass? Right. So that's yeah, we got
It's giving rainbow.
two different vibes there. This is what we call eighths vibe, square eighths. And obviously it's a layer of three things. We have the top fuzzy synth thing. The bass itself is actually not doing, doesn't have a lot of character. It's kind of just a sub underneath there. And that sub could be split into two layers, like an upper mid layer and a very low, sine wave. Don't know. And the third bass being the in-between donks. Whereas this one is all mostly one noise, possibly separate sub-layer.
Vogue, it's giving life. Goals, it's giving Mariah. Diva, Gaga, it's giving iconic.
Have a stab on the one as well.
Gaga, it's giving iconic. Drama, it's giving Vogue.
So let's try both types of lines. What am I doing? I want plugins. So Noisu using F. that sound is very easy to make. You just want a slightly resonant filter on a saw, triggered by an envelope like this, but not as much as that. We need quicker. Let's give it some bark. Let's try 24 dB. Let's try a louder filter. A bit more of that squelch. You can always go acid with that as well. What kind of serum is this? Why would you need serum? I mean, it's a great synth. If people get me wrong when I say I don't recommend it, because if you rewind 4 years, I wouldn't have recommended. I would have recommended serum because it was probably the best. But then this came out, which is free. It's a lot easier to use, and does exactly the same things. In fact, it has one more oscillator, whereas Serum has a dedicated sub-oscillator, which I don't personally find useful. I find the extra main oscillator more useful. So, we have two ways. We're going to need a side chain. Keep this out of the way. And I'm also going to add a subtrack. And we need to come up with a bass line. Lots to do. We're just going to go sine wave. My cursor is very laggy. I don't know if you guys are picking up on that. Can I explain how to use Vital for a beginner? Yes, I have a synth series. Thoughts on Dan Worrell's DJs want loud masters because DJs are idiots video. Yes, it's a good one. I agree with it mostly. I don't think he does master EDM music. Although I think he holds the record for the loudest master, doesn't he? But you wouldn't call it, it's not the dance, it's electronic music, but it's not dance music. Dan's an experimental guy. I wouldn't call him commercial in any way. But it's not a competition who's better at mastering. Everything he says in the video is principally absolutely sound. It's correct. We ended up in the loudness wars after CDs were the main medium because I'm just going to call this sub. Sorry. I'm trying to do two things at once. I can't multitask. Yeah, because CDs were the first digital medium, so then we had a fixed headroom. If you pushed tape loud, it would depending on the genre, it would either just sound better or worse. So the volume is kind of all over the place in the tape and vinyl days. Not so much with vinyl, actually. Vinyl mastering engineers were quite a consistent bunch because that was a dedicated art. And but yes, since we got the digital ceiling, the loudness wars happened because everyone wanted to be louder than the next, but physically it's not technically possible to be louder than the next when everyone's cap is 0. So it just became a case of who wants to delete their dynamics the most. So yeah, I think he's right. You don't need, and he was right about the more you crush a mix, the worse it is for live venue speakers as well. Live venue speakers suffer a lot from compressed mixes. You'll see that I don't compress my mixes for the similar reasons. Speakers are very good at handling spikes. That's kind of their job. They're not very good at handling long square waves. Yeah, you see, the thing is, I don't go out of my way to do anything loud. I just match the reference. I keep my master. I'm turned down here for YouTube because otherwise you guys are going to get blasted versus my microphone. But my actual mixing practice is I keep this at 0. And then when if something is heavily distorting, like you'll see now when I program in the bass line, and if I just play back the bass and the kick, you'll hear it distorting because we have no sidechain. You're going to send me off on a tangent if we're not careful. But you'll hear what I mean about... let's just think of a bass line so I can demonstrate this point. Oh, we know we're Frisian. What key should we choose? So Fisher's in what key? Hang on. Let me... So that's in G, which makes Noisu F. Both Noisus are in F. What was rhymed up? G. All right, let's split the difference. Let's go F sharp. So we have a few options. Let's just... I'll show you the plodding 8th kind of... We could do something like that. We need to match the swing. Now, I'm at 0. Let's just solo the kick and this. It's not actually the best example. We're getting away with that because I've not got a lot of sub. Let's just go down the octave. Let's just put some more notes in for the sake of this demonstration. Oh, of course, the sidechain's already on. Sorry, my bad. I forgot I'd imported that. Right, let's turn the sidechain off. Now you'll hear the distortion I'm talking about. That kind of distortion. So you can hear the farting there, if you want to call it that. So all I do basically in terms of the reason I end up at commercial level is because I'm trying to match a reference and I just work until the distortion goes away. That's it. And you do that by just picking the right sounds. And as long as you're referencing often enough, your ears will just probably guide you. Obviously, you need a good ear training. It still takes time and effort, and it's not a foolproof lesson for newcomers. But I think it's far easier to do something this way than trying to mix at a lower level and then only to find out that you can't master it later. And you have to then work backwards through the track that you've made, finding all the mistakes that are causing the master to sound bad. If you just work from the beginning to the reference, you shouldn't have to mix or master it. So, and then you will just be in the ballpark of loudness as the track that you're referencing, right? That's That's all it is. There really is no other way. You know, I don't overthink it further than that. I used to do it the old school way. Dan said pushing that far would make the track bad. Sound bad. Well, we've just got to the stage where if you have really already distorted sounds, you can get very high average levels. We've kind of made it work, but the track would always sound better if it had more dynamics. There's no debate about that. Especially for dance music, I'm very conscious of groove, and things like compression just absolutely destroy groove. So depends on what kind of dance music you're talking about. If you want to go, you know, into really hard dubstep, you know, Mr. Bill, Skrillexy kind of area, that's kind of the whole master sounding distorted thing. Or if you make funk, you know, the whole master distorting thing is the purpose of that genre. It's supposed to sound overloaded. That's not really a groove thing. That's just a shock thing, a novelty shock factor from the distortion. Whereas house, techno, you're always going to benefit for extra headroom of your kick drums. If you could make your dance track 6 dB louder at the 6 dB quieter at the master, so that your kick drum can really punch through, I think that's a better dance track. But we're not there. The problem you have is, this is why we reference, the problem you have is, you know, you have to be mixed in with other things. And if a DJ thinks your track mixes in badly, i.e. they have to push the fader further up, they're willing to do it within a few dBs, right? Some tracks are naturally, like Drugs from Amsterdam wasn't a very loud master. So the DJs would push that a little bit further on the desk, but they won't go too far. And if they deem it a bad mixing, they'll stop playing it in the sets. And that's, if you're making club music, that's how your music is supposed to spread. So you have to go along with, what's that kind of happening. But no, it's not ideal. I think all these loud masters are inherently compromised. You're talking to a guy that came from rock as well. I think me and Dan both played in bands, so I'm going to agree with him. Albums sounded better before they got heavily compressed, especially in that kind of music. But the punch, the physics don't change. If you want louder, punchier drums, they need to be louder and punchier. And there's no way of faking that. The laws of sound and physics don't change. So, anyway. Question is, what octave should we go in if we're going F sharp? Because Vogue is very high.
Vogue, it's giving life. Gaga.
I think we can go high. Yeah, I think we can go high. Now I'm wanting this to swing even more. Now I've listened to that. This is a turnaround. Let's duplicate twice. And I'm going to put this here. This is F sharp Frisian, by the way. The notes of F sharp Frisian are... Well, if you don't know, you can just draw all the notes from E. And then transpose it to F sharp. And there's your F sharp. All the white notes from E, sorry. I don't know if I said that. But all the white notes from E are a Frisian scale. Frisian mode for you purists. And you can just move that up to F sharp. And now you know the notes of F sharp Frisian. In fact, I'll keep that off to the left there so we can see it for reference. Let's move over to a subtrack. This is what I'm going to have this down the octave. I'm going to put some release on this. Get rid of the attack to stop the click. I may or may not want harmonics on that because we've got them above, but so let's just do that for now. We need sidechains on here. So the low sidechain, let us measure the length of our kick. We already know it should be about halfway. Let's just look on STFUs. Yep. That's absolutely solid until just after the halfway line. So we're going to be completely ruthless on the sub frequencies and just basically have that like that. So the kick drum is pretty much full scale until about there. Let's do that. And we'll have to put a little fade in here to stop the click at the end. Although in the mix you probably won't hear it. And some even might argue that the click can help the attack of the kick drum. So we'll see. Now the sidechain on this one doesn't have to be anywhere near as aggressive. We'll just judge this by ear. So what I'm going to do, just to check levels, let's listen to not burning, sorry. I want to just check below 80. There we go. Below 60. We can hear that lowest octave. And then up in 80, we'll hear the main bass hit. Marku, how dare you? You need a beer more than a face reveal. It's freezing in the UK right now. Don't be flaunting your Argentinian sunshine in our faces. We're suffering here. I think it's -1 centigrade. Oh no, it's 2 degrees. 2 degrees, a whole 2 degrees right now. I have a hood up and a house coat on. Now here's a test. How many of you can hear that? What are you guys listening on, by the way? Hi Jason, by the way, and Jeremy. Yeah, you guys have got subs? Kelly LP6s that roll off at 50-45. Fair enough. That's not too bad. What, they're a 6-inch and they get down to 45. Hendrix is on gaming headphones. Necron's on shitty laptop speakers. Can't hear those. Okay. Vikram's got the Adam A7Xs. It's like a bass from Party 2 rooms over. Yes, exactly. The only thing to survive through walls. I can't remember where I read it. I need to re-look up the... But a waveform at about 50 hertz is several feet long. It's quite long. Oh, and Glasses Australian also rubbing it in. This is the cloakroom test. Yes, the club toilet test. Barely audible for Jeremy on the 6-inch. Right, okay. So you can, yeah, you've got some idea. Anyway, the point was, don't get confused between this octave and this one. There's two different bass, not necessarily bass parts. Those are bass harmonics, but being aware that they both exist, because your kick drum is down in the 50 hertz area on its longest note, as you can see from the analyzer. So you've got to be careful with which octaves you're manipulating versus what drums, etc.
Donna, Vogue, Donna.
Let's just put a loop on this so I can, then we can go back and forth and just double check. Because we're only a semitone out in key. This is G, we're in F sharp. Both Frisian. I know my bass line's a rip off of his right now. I'm going to change it soon, but it's just so we can check. Actually, it's not that similar on Groove. But this is just so we can check down here. We can hear longer notes, obviously, but we can hear his upper octave is heavier sidechain than ours. Let's listen to that sub octave. It sounds like his sub is higher than ours, but that could just be the longer notes. Now, depending on what groove you wanted, right at the very bottom there, you could just extend your subtrack. Let me change this color so I've got so I know where I'm at. You could literally just do this with your subtrack if you wanted extended low end. Not necessarily a good idea for danceability. You do want space down there, but if you want it to be really just a big, long, rumbling, heavy sounding track, Eli Brown style, for example, his bottom ends are always very extended. You may play with the length on your subtrack. Right, let's find, we want some stabs.
Vogue, it's giving life. Goals, it's giving Mariah. Diva, it's
I might do both. I might go stab on the one and the one from the middle of atmosphere. Let's move our drop over here just so we... Because we do have a bass gap. We could put something here. I think that would be cool. You could make it with, I'm just going to use the bass part to get my timing there. Let's just have a look at some bass one shots, see what we've got in the pool. They all sound a bit boring. -11 in Finland. Okay, so we got the full balance going on. -11 centigrade, yes. There is something going on around 35 hertz. I guess you don't need that. Which track, Vikram? My headphones aren't making 35 clear. I have not high-passed any of these loops yet. In the reference or in hours? If it's in the reference, I'm not bothered about 35 at all. Why is my span so green? I always had it green because it's changed up there. I think I changed. I'll age myself now. I changed it to green because the first time Ozone was released by Isotope, I really liked the look of the meters in that, and they were all green. So the greenest span ever seen. What do you do if your bass line extends into the really low, almost sub-audible range? Cut the sub from that note. You need to check it for groove. If in this kind of genre, I don't like any subs to extend past the kick drum because that messes up people dancing. So if your bass extends downwards and kind of messes with the, again, you check with the filter on the master like that. If it's messing with the punch down there, yes, I would get rid of it. I would high pass that. Oh, all fits. Yes, why not? Good idea. I forgot about Meat Beats. Or is it Orb Hits? No, it's Orb Hits. Yes. I always read it Orb Hits. Orb Hits. Because it was an orbit. Any interesting noises in here? Let's get the keyboard on. That's an interesting noise. I could make that very bright with a little reverb. That would be an interesting stab. Good at short reverbs is, you know what I really like? What's it called? I'll know when I see it. Proto by Yuhi. I presume that's how you pronounce that manufacturer's name. Proto Verb. Any bass in this bass. And we may go every other. Not sure on this bass line or this groove yet, but something like that. Sounding very left-leaning. I'm not keen keen on. I want some echo. Put some delay on. I want it to kind of bounce around like that. Let's put some ping pong on it. I'm going to take it off grid, I think. I want it to be faster than that. It doesn't have to be in time. Let's go to milliseconds and just play around with. This kind of range. Too fast. Let's up the repeats. High frequencies. Still too slow. Almost like a spring reverb. That kind of thing. There we go. Can we drive it? Yeah, why not? Too long. Okay, come back to that. Let's find some more. Let's find a stab for the one. Glassy asks how we sidechain bass and kick. Yes. Actually, I didn't finish talking about that. I have a whole video on how I process bass, house bass, which goes into that. Namely, separating into a sub track and a main bass track. Actually, while we're on the subject, I didn't explain this. This is why I kind of script my tutorials, because I'm a terrible teacher when I'm in the middle of making something. I can't multitask. So, in my processing bass house video, I did explain that I would typically high pass the main bass part from the subtrack. However, in this case, because our reference track,
Vogue, it's giving life.
The Noisu Vogue, the bass is up the octave from the sub already. So as long as there's not a weird kind of distortion leakage problem with the with our bass sound here, which there doesn't appear to be. This is, you can see our lowest harmonic is all the way up there. Yes, I don't have to put the high pass on at the correct key frequency. We're in F sharp here, but I go into it. I go into all the fundamentals of that for how I process house bass video, and then yes, the principle is you sidechain the sub off the longest part of the kick, and then you're free to choose and judge the sidechain on the upper bass differently, because that will only be clashing with the chest area of the kick, the low mids, not necessarily the sub. So you don't necessarily need the full length of. This is more of a groove decision, this one. It doesn't hurt us to have a long side chain on our upper bass in this case, because our bass line is on 8th grooves. Bum, 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 bum. So that having that offbeat bounce of this sidechain all the way back here. Not really hurting us, actually kind of works with the groove. So this your upper bass sidechain is kind of a groove decision most of the time. Let's find some stabs. Chords. I just want some. Ooh. Should I just go with the first one? That sounds pretty cool. Let's just see our options. That's not a stab. Nope. That's the Black Riot stab. Speaking of... Now, I told Rave Generator off for using illegal samples. If that's not a recreate, that's also illegal. But this is a recording of sounds from... this module was released in the 90s, right? The EMU Orbit. So it was in the early days of sample law. I kind of like that. Yeah, it's between easy hits and why not do both? Let's have a layer. Let's have a layer. Actually, I don't know if I can layer these because these aren't in key. These stabs are kind of, well, like Rave Generator. They're sampled and you see, that's not F sharp. That's a B. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to pitch this one down. What's the other stab? Is this one actually F sharp? Yes, this is F sharp. I'm going to pitch this one down by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. If you want to know how I know the pitch, unfortunately, there are no quick tricks there. Well, actually, what am I talking about? Of course there is a trick. Let me just do this before I forget. So I'm doing that because I have what we call relative pitch. I trained my ears in my teens to be able to know the distances between notes. So as long as I can hear one note first, I can judge every other note after that, and I understand how far away it is. So that's how I know where chords are shifting and things like that when I listen back to stuff I've never heard before. I can usually get it on the first try. For those of you still training your ears, I mean, obviously, if you pressed this, it wouldn't sound great. So that would be your first clue that something was off. Excuse me, I'm pressing the wrong button. Oh, of course I was corrected, wasn't I? Let me turn the pitch off. You'll hear this. Let's just listen to this one on its own. So hopefully you can hear this is off. Versus... Does everyone agree that that sounds in? That sounds at home versus this one? Versus this. Can everyone hear that that's the correct key? So if you did determine that that was off, how do you find out how far it is off? Well, we can just solo. Luckily, this sample has a bass already in it, so this is going to be very easy. But if you look at span, you'll see this bottom pair of harmonics here. This is going to be our fundamental. You can put span in a higher resolution mode, by the way. Let's go. This drops the frame rate quite a lot. And we can hold. But you could see that's a B. It says there. So that's B. So there's your clue. And then if you want it to be in tune, if you know, obviously you're in F sharp, you've picked your key for your track. You count down from B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to do this on the pitch shift so I can lay these stabs both on F sharp. And of course, we don't want that bass note in there. We're done for bass for now. We can be quite ruthless with this. Probably all the way up there. Now, I want a shorter note. Yeah, somewhere in between that. There we go. What does that echo sound like on this one? Just a little bit, not many repeats. Obviously, no point side chaining this stab because it's on the 1. If it was a long note, you might consider it for groove again. Yes, you can hear the C sharp is in. Good. Sorry, there's quite a delay on the stream. Sorry if you're really far behind. Let's put a little bit of width on the bass for stereo users because it's quite a plain sound. When it comes to bass sounds, I don't think I explained this much in the bass processing actually. If you're using any kind of unison or chorus, which takes it more trance than house, it's kind of one of the big differentiating factors, is the amount of detune equals trance. How much trance versus how much house. These kind of detune things like unison and chorus, it's a similar thing achieved in different ways. They're going to add natural width. Your synth is automatically going to have that all panned about in a nice way. Now, it's bad for sub-frequencies. You don't want to do this on a bass that's actually providing your bass frequencies because this causes lots of phase cancellation. And if you want width on like a really pure classic sounding bass, classic sound like this, and you don't want to mess with the actual flavor of the sound just to get some width, we all know I prefer Stereo Touch by Voxengo. You can also use Wider by Infected Mushroom. I think it was the company. Anything under 30 milliseconds. I'm going to put the high pass filter in. Not that we need it, I think. But it's just adding an out of phase echo. So when we check in mono, that completely goes away, and it doesn't affect our bass sound. So while we're checking in mono, we'll leave that about 6, 7, 8 dBs down. I'm on headphones, so I'm not going to do too many stereo judgments. That's what this plugin is for. I will get to that later. Remind me to talk about the debinauralizer. Because if you didn't know, headphones are not stereo. They're binaural. It's a very different thing in a way, especially when it comes to how the human brain encodes sound. So beware of trying to judge stereo things on headphones. It's actually very hard. Let's listen to the whole thing in mono. Yep, everything survives. We don't lose the clap. Nothing weird going on with the kick, nothing weird going on with the bass. The stabs obviously get less nice, but in terms of their role in the track, they're fine. Our bounce off bass, or whatever you want to call this, that's still fine. That's doing its job. The groove. I've decided I want that turnaround bass to go down the octave. I may even put the third bass in here. Something like that. That's pretty cool. What else do we need?
Vogue, it's giving.
So we need arrangement decisions. Imagine that's something like our drop. Do we drop with vocal?
Vogue.
He does.
Vogue, it's giving life goals.
Atmosphere is a vocal chop hook, so maybe we go that route. And it's got the top thing as well. Now that's a completely different groove, but we could, if we really like that rave sound on top, that might be a nice pickup idea. I'm feeling vocal chop and pickup idea. Atmosphere is all floaty, isn't it? So. I really respect that mix, actually. The fact that there's no snare drum build, there's no noise. It just builds into a drop. No cymbal, no crash cymbal on the drop either. That's something I lean on a lot when I'm struggling to drop. I'll just throw a crash cymbal on there. It's usually a quick way of saving it. But yes, true arrangement talent there between Mr. Fisher and Mr. Lake, I presume. Yes, everyone talking about monoing the bass. Yep. Monoing the bass, if it was stereo, if it was cancelled in phase via effects like the inbuilt synth chorus or detune, though, monoing the bass doesn't save it, unfortunately. So just be aware of that. That's why you need to know kind of what's going on with your bass sound. If you, I could show you a quick example. Just be aware of this. So let's just draw a long note down here. Let's take off our sidechain for a second. So we have a steady you can see we're on the meters, we're steady. Just going to hold there. Let me change the resolution back so we can actually see real time. Okay. And then if I put some unison on this, you might notice this sounds like a respace. So this is something to watch out with anything that sounds like a respace. You'll hear that term often. Now watch what's happening on the meters. Suddenly your sub-frequencies aren't stable because you've got constructive and destructive interference from the waves rubbing against each other at low frequencies. So this partially cancelling each other out. And now suddenly your bottom end is all over the place. And if I put this in mono, nothing changes. That interference is not a stereo thing. That's a total thing. Just because those extra voices that are now causing phase cancellation were panned to the side, that doesn't affect the mono. Remember, mono is not the stuff that isn't panned. Mono is the sum of the left and the right. And your side channel, what they call the side channel, is the difference between the left and the right. So panning solves nothing, by the way. If you ever thought something was clashing and you tried to pan it away, you're literally just sweeping the problem under the carpet. You're sweeping it to one side. The problem still exists. It's just now at one side. So don't pan things to solve problems. Yes, so monoing your bass below 120, below 80, whatever you want it to choose. Again, always check your groove. Check on speakers and headphones if you can. Does not solve this problem. The only way you solve that problem is high passing that bass just from the upper octaves only, like you would high pass. This is 90 hertz. I think this is your first harmonic. This is the fundamental. I sometimes get that wrong. Apologies if I've drilled that into anyone. This is the first harmonic at 90 hertz. Your sub being at 45. It's obviously going to be half that because they're usually an octave, unless you're dealing with square waves, which aren't an octave. But anyway, what you're aiming for is to high pass somewhere between the kind of fundamental root of your track. So in F sharp, you would high pass this bass sound at about 65, 70. And then you would put a solid mono sine wave under it. And that is the only way you get your sub-frequencies to be stable. Just so you know, be careful with your bass sound. Monoing the bass does not solve mono compatibility problems. I hope everyone understood that. Daniel, that you can solve that with a compressor. No, not really. I mean, it will help, but the problem is the total wave, what a compressor is reacting to is all of those harmonics combined, not just the subfrequency. So the compressor is going to act weird as well. You wouldn't compress, a multiband compressor will get close because obviously you could just isolate that band below 65 hertz and then make sure the lowest band on the compressor is doing its best to ride that. But a compressor is a very bad way of solving that problem, in which you could just solve with a sine wave, unless you absolutely have. For example, if you have an audio sample bass, not a synth like this, obviously, and you have no control, and you're not yet musical enough to know what the bass part is to add the MIDI back, maybe that's why you would need to do lean on a compressor there, maybe. But a compressor is going to add distortion and add its own problems. So I wouldn't recommend it if you can help it. Compressors don't fix a lot other than uneven vocals, in my opinion. You'll see me, I don't use any of them. Actually, while we're on the subject of compression, someone did ask me why not use a compressor or does a compressor instead of the auto sidechains like this, do they make a tighter mix? Not tighter. They can do the same job. Like this is absolute overkill. What we're doing here is completely deleting the sub to let the kick drum through, and that's fine. That's a very clinical way of doing it. That's guaranteed to work. The problem is when there's no kick drum, and if you have a section in the track where you still want the sub bass in and the kick drum isn't there for some reason, you don't want this pumping effect, right? So you have to automate these kind of things on. They can be triggered. There's a note on. You can send MIDI to this to trigger the envelope instead of just syncing it to the beat like this. So then it behaves like a sidechain compressor. But the routing in Ableton is a little messy. You have to actually create a separate MIDI track for that destination to show up. So then you end up with two kick drum tracks. One is a trigger, one is not, and that just gets very messy. And then I think you have to do one for each of the STFUs you want to trigger. So you might end up with 4 kick drum MIDIs. Anyway, so yes, if you want to solve that problem, you can always just I didn't label my kick drum, did I? Oh yeah, it's up there, 14. You could always just use a compressor. Yes, this is less clinical. I would argue this creates a less tight mix, because as you will see, the timing of this is never going to be as accurate. So we need to be in peak mode, by the way. But this is getting rid of the sound by, what, 45 decibels? That's a huge amount. 6 decibels is twice the volume, by the way. Minus 12, anything like that would be fine. You can hear it's doing a perfectly fine job. It depends, basically. Obviously, this will automate itself. When the kick drum's not there, your sub will not be sidechained. So that's if that's a groove decision, obviously you need to make that. That's some reason why I use compressors a lot. It depends how clinical you're trying to be with your sub frequencies, because the sub frequencies are so crucial to the headroom of your entire track. We were talking about loudness earlier. Not that I'm, like I say, I'm reaching for it or doing any desperate attempts to get extra loud. This is the way you achieve clean sounding, good bottom end at decent volume, is making sure that's tidy down there. So they're just two ways of achieving very similar things. I use compressors when I'm doing a lot more kick in and out automation kind of thing. Depends on genre. There's no right or wrong answer there. It's definitely more convenient to do with a compressor. Not necessarily cleaner, but we're talking about nitpicky things like minus 45 decibels versus silence, which, that's a lot of dynamic range. I've noticed having a separate sub and cutting off, this is just Danny's question, having a separate sub and cutting off around above the fundamental frequency of the sub makes it lose its thickness in some ways. Unsure how to get that back. That's a phase issue. The high pass of the all EQs cause phase shifts, right? Apart from linear phase EQs. Linear phase EQs cause different problems. Which would too technical to get into right now, something called pre-ringing. Not necessarily a problem on bass. It could be a problem on basses. Anyway, if you can think about it as linear phase EQs will affect your timing in terms of, they do have an effect on groove and transients, especially transient sounds, anything spiky like drums. Bad idea to use linear phase EQs. So yeah, what you're hearing is the phase relationship changing between the sub and the upper bass. So you need to either realign those or move the cutoff frequency so that it's not affecting the upper bass, or you need a steeper filter. I know the filter built into Ableton, the steeper one is it's a 48 decibel per octave filter. That's very steep. Obviously, any dedicated EQ plugin like Kirchhoff or Fab Filter will have a great range of high pass filters you can play around with. But yeah, you're hearing a phase shift. So you can either change the, you could actually micro shift your sub in milliseconds back and forth, either on the track like in Ableton or with an external plugin like Sound Delay by Voxengo freebie. You could shift it in micro milliseconds until you get the phase back. Because that amount of time won't affect your actual timing, especially in the sub track. Doesn't matter if your sub is slightly late, because it takes time for the brain to perceive low frequencies anyway. So you don't really perceive milliseconds in the sub range. So a little mess with the timing of your sub track or bass track isn't going to mess with your groove too hard if you're losing phase. Oh, loses thickness on the respace. Yeah, no, same thing. It's still a phase issue. Do I use oversampling in the EQ, the right click? It only when I'm the oversampling affects the cramping at the top end. So if I'm being affected by this phenomena, you see how wrong. If you don't know what EQ cramping is, that's when we get to what's called Nyquist, which is the highest frequency we can reproduce digitally, determined by your sample rate. When we get towards Nyquist, lots of EQs will not be able to symmetrically create a normal curve past a certain frequency. You'll see this one when we're not oversampling, cramps up like that. Some EQs do it even worse, where it cramps on one side and stays the original shape on the left, on the lower frequencies. So you end up with an asymmetrical EQ curve. Those sound even worse. Ableton kind of gets around it by just shortening the Q. If you oversample when you're up there, it can reproduce the proper curves. So yes, if you need clean high frequencies, obviously that's going to be a gentler phase curve as well, because the less effort, the less tight the Q is on your EQ movements, the less phase shift, the less drastic the phase shift is as well. So yes, I tend to have dedicated plugins for, I don't use it that much because I tend to reach for plugins which I'm just used to sounding very sweet and natural up there, like Slick EQ by Tokyo Dawn. I love the top ends on that thing. And if you need dedicated air for like vocals, I go for the Roth Air plugin. Oh, my keyboard has died. Let me just plug in 1 second. Hurry. We're back. Roth Air is great for very, very airy frequencies in very small amounts. Obviously, I'll show you on a vocal, but yeah, I tend to have, yeah, the oversampling thing is mostly for the high frequencies, and Because it's not a oversampling is normally the kind of solution you would employ to stop the plugin aliasing when it's performing non-linear functions like distortion. Most analog modeling plugins will require some form of oversampling unless there's some very clever DSP going on to stop it from aliasing, which is a very it's a specific digital distortion which does not sound good. Kind of undoes the point of analog modeling something. Something Harrison apparently don't understand. So yes, this is not a non-linear plugin. This is a linear plugin. It's not performing any extra saturation so the oversampling is purely for the high band when you're boosting, it doesn't matter if it's boost or cut. When you're processing in the high band, that's all the oversampling is doing there. So it's not something you can leave on. Obviously, it will take up probably twice or 4 times the CPU. Not that we're struggling for CPU right now, but you don't need to leave oversampling on when you're performing most EQ duties with that plugin. It sounds absolutely fine. Hello, Phil. If we get time, I will do the MIDI for the party line. Yes. I don't save my live streams, unfortunately, so I've got to redo it. Or I'll just send it you when I get chance, which I've not had yet. Can you put stereo touch from Voxengo on a drum bus, disregarding the kick? Yes, you can. Or individual elements for the... Bear in mind, stereo touch is technically an echo. It's a very, very quick echo. Let's look at the claps. So this is why I want to keep it in what's called the Haas range, which is typically below 30 milliseconds. The Haas phenomena states that sounds close together, our ears don't determine as 2 separate things. They kind of merge into one. And psychoacoustically, that does weird things to its properties, which you have to be aware of. So if you are using things like Haas echoes, which is what this is, on drums, on any sound, what happens in your ear is, you might notice this, different people perceive this differently, by the way, so it's not a given, but you may notice this clap sounds like it's got more reverb on it, because the Haas phenomena emphasizes what we call non-correlated sound, which is, the correlated bit would be the initial dry clap, the transient, this early section. Any after, like room sound, the bit that you perceive as being ambience would, that's uncorrelated sound, because that's all diffused and bounced off 1,000 walls and through air particles, etc., etc. So you've got the direct sound, the correlated sound, and the uncorrelated sound. Think of it as dry versus wet. I don't know why I'm overcomplicating it. Dry versus wet. So Haas delays, for some people, make it sound wetter without actually adjusting reverb. And that's not just because it's affecting the side channel, which is where reverbs normally are, because reverbs are typically very stereo. Obviously, I can't show you in mono. Actually, we can do a Haas delay in mono. Why not? But that's just something to be aware of, is all I'm saying. We could just put a single delay on at no feedback, like 30. So in mono, we don't want it 50-50 mix. So it affects the length, obviously, and you're going, depending on the timing of the echo, you're going to get, again, like we showed with the bass earlier, you're going to get constructive and destructive interference from phase, which you'll hear as a kind of static flanger. I don't know if you've messed with flangers before, but flangers are just delays. That's all they are. So you just have to be careful of how badly it's affecting your sound versus how much you want stereo width. For things like drums, it's sometimes better just to add a reverb early reflection algorithm. So you'll notice on reverbs, you usually have two sections. There's Ableton calls this reflect and diffuse. It's usually labeled early reflections. Oh, sorry, we have some here. Early reflections and late reflections. So the early reflections are the correlated reflections, like the earliest bounces off the wall, and the late reflections are the diffused bit, the when it's just turned to noise and mush. It's not necessarily correlated to the original sound anymore. So a good early reflection on a very, very low time might be better than trying to use stereo touch, but it's going to depend on the drums. We need to listen to this. That's too long. Let's put high quality on. We'll leave the stereo as is. Something like that. Something that sounds like it's in a very tight studio. That might be better for certain drums. And then don't forget, you do have other options. Ozone do a free stereo stereoizer, which works, is fully mono compatible. That has its own methods. And the Infected Mushroom one, the plugin that's just called Wider, that does that's mono compatible, and that does it via phase rotation things. It's not just a simple echo like stereo touch. I find more times than not stereo touch works because it's not messing with the original sound too much. The other ones do change the character of the sound quite a bit, but sometimes in a good way. You just have to be very objective with whether you want the actual character changing or whether you just need it wider. So there's lots of ways of getting width. The early reflections algorithm on the reverb obviously isn't mono compatible, but you're not going to be mixing it in at such levels that it would really affect the mono too hard. But again, obviously you have to check. I do harsh delays on vocals and synths all the time. Yes. I don't see a point using Waves H delay unless you already own it. The Waves delay doesn't do anything that, for example, the 6th sample delay, DEELAY, 6th sample delay, doesn't do. But if you already own the Waves, it's fine. It's a solid delay. Nice interface, obviously. This delay covers everything apart from a good tape echo delay by 6th sample. As for what we would do, I'm just going to put the DJ EQ on the master. And for the pre-drop, we're just going to take out not much of the highs. Just going to leave the middle soloed here. We're going to take out the lows. we may take a leaf out of Atmosphere's book. I'm just going to put a very simple pad in. A pad which I can open up the filter on, so we can use that as part of our build. Speaking of trance, we just crank the unison, put the filter on. I'm going to put a 7th chord in on the 1. Actually, we can play around with different chords. Let's go for all 16 bars here. I already know what chord to program. This is a 7th and this is an F sharp minor 7. If you don't know how to do chord 1 in F sharp, well, in minor, any chord 1 in any minor, start on A, build your chord that way, and then just transpose down. Now we know, just use all the white notes in A to determine your minor scale, and then transpose it to where you need it. I might even put a little bit of noise in here. Let's get a little bit of sidechain on. I'll just steal the one from the... Actually, no, I don't think I want any sidechain on the pre-drop. Oh, thank you, Vikram. Thank you. Does anyone have any issues with Wider? Wider always crashes on you. Does it? Oh. Sorry, Joe. No, it's never happened to me. You're not missing, like I say, you're not necessarily missing much. You've got Stereo Touch by Voxengo and the one by Isotope. I forget its name. Yes. Good point, average guy. Usually if you have a problem needing more wide sound, it's because your room and your speakers, not the mix. That is a very common problem, correct. Imager, thank you, Justani. Isotope Imager. Yes. See if you can get that working. You're not going to miss out on much with if you've not got Wider working. If it's crashing your system. It could be a graphics driver issue, by the way. To get Dragonfly Reverb working, I once had to change my program to stop using my graphics card. Because the interface, for some reason, crashed on, I think it was NVIDIA drivers. Anyway, could be a graphics card thing. Yes, back to average guy's point. Yes, be very careful seeking wider sound in general. In a club, it's not going to do you any favors. Definitely in a club. It might be because your room is bad. Because if you don't have any treatment in your room, just like bass frequencies can cancel out, so can left to right frequencies cancel out. If you have bad reflections off your walls, you're going to introduce a very wonky stereo image from your speakers. It's not going to be very true. So it could be making things sound a lot more mono than they are. And kind of headphones, because they're not stereo, have the opposite problem sometimes. So so just move the octave on that pad. I want the filter. Let's just grab this. Now, while I'm here, actually, let me just show you what is going on with Fisher's pad in the break, just so you know, because it's a good, useful trick to know. I'm holding the 1 here, which isn't the most suspenseful way of doing things. I'm just kind of doing that because I'm lazy. Let me put the pitch bend in so I can show you. Not pitch bend. Transpose. Down from A to F sharp. So I can show you everything in A. G sharp, G, F sharp 3. So there's our chord 1. Let's take the 7th off for now. What Fisher's doing in his break is going between chords 6 and 5. White notes. It's every bar, isn't it? Keep on the white notes. He has 7ths on them. So 1 extension upwards. And if that sounds familiar, yes, we will get to Born Slippy one day. Similar trick. And the principle is anything around chord 6 is a great place to kind of, if you want something to sound, well, perpetually floating, like almost unfinished. Chord 6 is a great choice for things like breaks, because then you have to resolve back to 1. I wouldn't even have. We don't even need the 5 here. And then we'll let the bottom end back in here. We'll go for less trancy synth. Temporarily takes you away from effectively tech house largely uses what we call a 1 drop, which is your bass line is centered around the tonic of your chord, the note 1 of your scale, note 1. Obviously we're in F sharp Phrygian here, so we're leaning on F sharp. F sharp is where home is. If you take people away temporarily from home, it means it's going to drop a little better when you finally get back there. It's going to sound like it went back home, which will help you drop. What you're seeing on the meters with the bass leaning left, does it sound like it's leaning left to you, or are you just looking at the meters, Hendrix? What's making it lean left is, well, on the meters at least, is the stereo touch, which is that halves delay. You can introduce a second delay and flip the phase of it. Obviously have them at 2 different timings. Can get a little messy, not always necessary, but what you're seeing on the meters isn't, I'm not hearing that as panned left. But just Danny is also hearing that left. Okay. You on headphones or speakers? How is it with both delays in? be a headphone thing. Yes. Okay, let's do an experiment. This is a good excuse to talk about the debinauralizer. How many of you saw my racks video where I gave away the free Ableton racks, and then we all found out that they don't work in Ableton 10, unfortunately. Anyway, if you go back to that folder, you will now see the debinauralizer. Because I developed this recently, someone was asking me, because they could only work on headphones, which I know is the case for a lot of people stuck in a bad room or with family, etc. You can only work on headphones, and headphones aren't stereo, so it's really hard to judge true stereo of things. So obviously, a great solution would be something like the Slate VSX headphones, but they are pricey. So this is just simply a I'd call this a crosstalk plugin. The reason headphones are not stereo, true stereo in the, depending on which definition you use, I suppose, of stereo, but in the way I'm defining stereo, when you are listening on speakers, the sound from the right speaker still hits your left ear, okay, and vice versa. The sound from the left speaker still goes into your right ear because you can hear both, unless you have a really big head and you strap the speakers to your ears, but then you've just got headphones. So yes, the problem with headphones is, especially closed headphones, is you don't hear any of the left signal in your right ear. So all this plugin is what we call a crosstalk. I'm adding crosstalk back to the signal with a slight delay and a little bit of room, just using Ableton's reverb, tiny bit of room. So this is on. Now, this is not the best track to be judging this on because we're not dealing with any stereo problems here. Let's listen on these, but let's listen to that bass. Does the bass still lean left? Did I not do the, why are we clicking? Why are we clicking? Did I not put the fade on the, oh, I didn't, sorry. I didn't put the fade on the sidechain. That's another benefit of using the compressor. It won't be fast enough to click usually. Actually, it probably will click on sub frequencies. Sorry, distracted. Let's put Stereo Touch back on with it in its old mode. Are we still leaning left? Actually, I changed the timings, didn't I? It's not leaning left at all anymore. Where were we? We're at 22, weren't we? I mean, you can see just there as well, the perception of where the sound is in space changes drastically with just a couple of milliseconds. That's because of that constructive and destructive interference from the phase overlap of the notes, because they're very close. And obviously you can't go too long because it becomes a distinct echo. You could always just do that. But the leaning left thing, you can always use this plugin to check if it's a headphone thing or not. I would say that still sounds like it's leaning left. Just nowhere near as badly. Yeah, by the way, these numbers, never copy my numbers. There's nothing precise or technical about this. Is all feel and vibe. Obviously, when we get into the low hertz of a track, you know, the 50 hertz and all that kind of stuff, when I'm talking about the key of a track and F sharp is 55 hertz or 45 hertz, sorry, those are precise numbers. Those you can write down. Oh, there's charts online, obviously, if you need to know your frequencies. But things like this, EQ frequencies, largely, you don't have to be precious about them. I just dialed in what sounded good. But given the purpose of that plugin, it's just that plugin is purely for headphone users. You know, in a club, it's not really going to help you much. So I'm not going to pay it. It's not the kind of thing I spend a lot of time on, dialing in exactly the perfect. Yeah, on 22 it went left a bit, yeah. Hello, Binary Solo. You would counter-argue that headphones are pure stereo. In a sense, yes. But not in, like I say, it depends on your the definition of stereo that you're using. If it's to do with the oral reproduction of sound via how we perceive sound, which is, we are evolutionarily designed to hear sound in a 3D environment. 4D if you class sound, if you class timing, which our ears do. The way we perceive, this is why panning doesn't work for width, because our ears don't perceive sound, left to right, just based on volume. Our brain decodes left to right with what we call interaural time difference, i.e. the time it takes for it to reach the right ear and then the left ear, and that's how we pinpoint sound. So that's kind of, stereo has to have that component, which headphones delete. Makes things sound very unnatural if it's not decoding the difference between the left and the right ear, which only comes from real sound in real space with our ears. So, yeah, depends on the definition of stereo. Headphones do be weird. Exactly, Danny. Jintaras asks, is it true when producing you should use less EQ as possible? Well, that's kind of a rule of thumb thing. If you are a beginner, absolutely, I would say use as least tools as possible. Like, there's several arguments for this. So everyone thinks digital is perfect, but if you saw my video on how not to master your music, I think it's called, where I talked about the bit depth of the typical DAW audio engine, 32 bits. At some point in any computer system, we have rounding errors. It can't calculate. For example, computers are very, very bad at computing fractions like a third, because a third is 1.3333333333, and at some point you run out of decimal places of how many threes. When you're doing maths outside of a computer, you can say 1/3 as a complete fraction, and it will be exactly 1/3. And in your calculations, you could do calculations of a third on paper better than a computer can. Not as fast, but more accurately, because we can deal in fractions and computers can't, because they're binary. So at some point you run out of decimal places, and there has to be a rounding error. It has to go 33334 or 33333, because it's run out of decimal places. That's your bit depth. So literally every process you apply to a sound on a technical level degrades it slightly. Whether it's audible and all that other, those are all separate arguments. But technically, on a pure level, digital level, every process you use degrades the signal. So, from a purist angle and from a an experienced person trying to teach a beginner, I would just say the reason you wouldn't use EQ as much as possible is it gets you into bad habits, because I see this a lot in the people I teach, and I'm sure you've come across this yourself, guys, when you've been starting. EQ is so powerful. You think it can solve a lot more problems than it can. Like, you think it can make one piano sound into another. Like, the reason I thought when I was first starting out, the reason I thought my guitar sound didn't sound like Metallica was because I didn't know the EQ settings. That's how your brain thinks as a beginner, right? These tools are so magical, so powerful. You think it can do certain things that they can't. So it can get you into bad habits of, instead of just searching for the right sound in the first place, you might be tempted to just grab a sound that's convenient or quicker and then try and EQ it to death to try and make it into the sound that you want. And those are the kind of habits you really need to get out of as early as possible, because that's going to lead you into the whole situation of processing things and with all these magical tools that you're not yet fully experienced with, EQs, compressors, phasers, just to try and make the sound what it should be when you could have just picked a better sound in the first place. You see, this is I've got a video coming up on this. One of the paradoxes of online tuition is this information overload, and everyone loves to talk about, use this compressor on, use a FET style compressor like an 1176 on snare drums because it gives you a snap and all this kind of stuff. And all of these lessons you've got to be very careful what advice you're listening to, because a lot of this advice is coming, actually, it's bled over from band recording, live instrument recording, which is indeed why we needed compressors in the first place. I said this on one of the other live streams. If you've ever recorded a real drum kit, not only is it a lot of work tuning the drums, setting up the drums, positioning the drums in the room, positioning the microphones in the room, getting all the microphones in phase, picking the right microphones, getting the drummer to hit it in the right spot consistently, like in the center or on the rim shot, etc., etc. Recording real drums is a full day nightmare affair. If you then end up in the mix session and you suddenly find out that snare drum sound does not work with the track, that's an error of the engineer or the producer. You can't just swap out the snare drum sound. You have to go back and record it all again. So you've got to be very careful of some of this advice on YouTube, because it's coming from that mindset. Even if it's an EDM tutorial and it's all fifth-hand information that they've learned from an engineer that's learned it from an engineer that's learned it from an engineer, far enough back in time, that won't have been a digital, it won't have been electronic music or dance music. It will have been band recording advice. And you have to be careful where it comes from, because it makes you think you need to apply all these techniques. Like glue compression on drums is a big bugbear of mine. Gluing your drums together with glue compression is a notion purely for acoustic drums, in my opinion. There's absolutely no need for that, and I have never used it. In hundreds of millions of streams, of successful streams, I have never used glue compression on any drum bus. So things like that are all, in my opinion, advice from a different and unapplicable, like it's a different applicable. You can learn lots from rock, but some things just don't cross over. It's the same with music theory. You can learn, all my music theory that I'm trying to pass on is only the relevant bits to dance music, not the other 95% of classical nonsense that I learnt at school and college and university, which is just not applicable. You don't say accelerando, you say change tempo. Things like that. It's the same in the engineering world. There's lots of bad advice out there, in my opinion, which has come from recording bands. You have the privilege. Also, it's the date that advice was born is very, very significant. Compressing drums comes from trying to fit them onto vinyl so it didn't skip the needle. or so that it wouldn't destroy radio, or there's all kinds of other reasons for the reason you would compress drums, right? And again, we're talking about live acoustic kits, which have a very, very wide dynamic range. Snare drums can deafen you. They are absolutely brutal. They can be whisper quiet, or they can be 140 decibels. They're ridiculous dynamic range from a real snare drum. That's why you need a compressor to tame that stuff. And to make it sit, you use glue compression to sit the kick in with the snare and stuff like that. So the era that advice comes from is very important, because it's not just whether it's acoustic bands or the genre was different. Only just 10 years ago, the compressor built into your DAW was pretty bad. It was pretty rough sounding. You could tell the difference between a good outboard rack compressor like an 1176 versus one that was inside your, especially the one that came with your DAW, was typically pretty bad. And same with the EQ, especially in the high frequencies, But in general, lots of DAW effects suffered from what we called digititis. There was just a lot of digital artifacts that sounded nasty. Sounded like everything was bit crushed in a very subtle way. And obviously, that's because computers are less powerful. They had to save on CPU cycles. The first recordings into Pro Tools, Pro Tools needed its own DSP chips just to handle the recording bit. It couldn't even do any processing, never mind reverbs, EQs. Just the recording on early computers was a tough job. Now computers are so powerful, the recording's obviously a doddle, but the inbuilt processors are better and better because they don't need to they don't need to save CPU cycles because they're not desperate for power anymore like they used to be, which is why we used to use things like, I used to have 5 DSP cards inside my system. I had 2 UAD cards. That was $2,000. I had a Focusrite liquid mix running over Firewire. That was an external Firewire DSP processor. I had 2 power cores by TC Electronics. Those also dealt with my reverbs, EQs. Back then you needed help because computers couldn't do the whole thing, and the inbuilt stuff in the DAW was terrible. But the problem is, all these YouTube tutorials, the advice still hangs over. A lot of the advice you're seeing on YouTube for engineering, particularly, is based on the fact that you don't have good gear. But everyone has good gear now. We have good free gear, even if the DAW doesn't have a good one built in. It's all covered. We don't need. So then, there's this psychology of if you have a problem, you have the double whammy of not knowing you have the problem, or the problem is just the fact that you don't have ear education. And then you're watching a YouTube tutorial which is trying to sell you a compressor with a nice shiny interface that looks like it's got really big knobs on it and a VU meter bouncing around. And it's got the virtual screws and it's glowing and it looks amazing. It's much easier at that moment to think, I need to buy something to solve my problem. That's the solution. That's much easier than admitting that you might be the problem. So just be very careful. Yeah, that the whole less EQ is more it all comes from the fact that that's good advice, in my opinion. Less processing in general is more, because if you're new and you have to guess, like if you're asking the question, should I use lots of EQ or not lots of EQ, you're still at that stage where you don't know your processors inside and out. You don't know your tools inside and out. So that means you're guessing somewhat. And if you don't know when to apply them, I would always err on the side of advising, just get the sound right. Don't process it. Because if your processing is guesswork, that means you don't have the ear education anyway to know that you've done something good. You're probably just going to boost an EQ by 3 dB and it will sound better because it's louder, when in fact it might be worse for the mix. So if you're in any way guessing, like you don't know what the compressor does, you don't know what the release on the compressor does, or the threshold, or if you don't know, just don't use it. You don't need it. Like I say, recording real drum kits is a nightmare. So the fact that someone would tell you to solve your problem with glue compression, just makes me so angry, because we have, as dance producers, electronic music producers, we have the privilege of just replacing the samples. We can just go and find another kick, another snare, and then not touch them. That's my approach. And trust me, further down the line, it will save you a lot of time, because that gets your ear education. Oh, Binary Solo's got some information on 1/3. Computer calculations. What you telling me? 1/3 is actually not periodic in computing, because 1/3 is not periodic in binary notation. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it is. Yes. But binary has advantages. I mean, it's base 2, so where base 10 has its disadvantages, which we typically use. Yeah. Anyway. So if you're ever wondering that you're not using enough EQ or too much, that means you're still at that stage where your ears aren't educated. Just try and find better sounds and don't mess with them as much. You have that privilege. Everyone who's trying to sell you a compressor or an EQ is barking down the wrong path, in my opinion. They're selling you a solution to a problem you don't yet have, but you think you have. Bit of a paradox. You don't know what problem you have, because you've not got the ear training to know it yet. So get better at picking sounds. It's very, very disheartening advice, because I remember I spent 6 months trying to make a track, and I took it to a studio, and the engineer told me, you need to re-record basically, he just told me I need to re-record everything. The vocals, the piano, I can't remember what the type of track it was. I think it was a pop rock thing. But he basically told me the source sound isn't good enough. There's nothing you can do with EQ or compression or reverb that's going to save that track. He says you need to go back and record it again. And by that point, it had already took me up to 6 months. And the last thing I wanted to hear was, go start again. But it's actually true. You need to know the source sound is absolute key. Yes, I agree with Jeremy. Extreme EQ moves are useful for sound design, not really mixing. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I say that. Look at what I did here. For this sound. So you can argue I picked a bad sound here because I wanted it bright, and the raw sound is not bright. But because I'm an experienced, I have experienced ears by this point, I knew I could hear inside that sound what I needed, and that by just cranking the top end, it would come out. So that's the ear trading bit. But the actual EQ move that resulted in that was 10 dB on a high shelf, which is pretty extreme. And then some ambience until I got the sound to be near what I wanted it. But so that's not advised in general, but it's one of those things, you know the rules to break the rules. I have the experience. But whatever works. It's still music at the end of the day. Don't overthink. Yeah, Danny. Whatever works, basically, is... it's not like you can do something wrong, is it? It's not like the police are going to turn up. You're just going to end up with a... I'm trying to think of some good hip-hop examples. Early hip-hop. Before Dre, obviously. But, those guys didn't know what they were doing. The guys making rave didn't know what they were doing. The subs are all out of tune. They just knew they needed low frequencies in the club. It was because that's the emotion needed. And they needed high stabby things. Didn't matter if they were in tune. The rhythm mattered probably, but not necessarily the tuning. And you really it's art at the end of the day. You do what you want. There's no These are just rules of thumb. If you can get away with not processing it, all the better, in my opinion. But again, that's a privilege that comes with having lots of sounds and ear education. So until then, by all means, play with EQs, learn. But, you know, just be careful. Yeah, don't use only... Yeah, there's lots of advice going around like that. Like, you'll hear some people say, don't boost, only cut. And that comes from lots of different places, because some EQs were actually very bad at boosting, and some were but we're okay at cutting. Obviously, we're way past that era. And then the advice also comes from the fact that it's much easier to fool yourself with louder sounds. So don't boost, only cut. Things like that. But again, they're all rules of thumb, and they're very limiting. Yeah, watch Rick Rubin. Watch a lot of Rick Rubin, or read his book on the creative process. Rick Rubin is the god. He's very in touch with his emotions, which is how it should be. He has the privilege of working with people that in the position of a true producer, which means he doesn't have to look at any numbers. He doesn't know 6 dB this, 6 dB that. He doesn't know hertz or A minor or any of that. He doesn't know. He just goes, I like it. So Rick Rubin, you could do a lot worse for role models, definitely. Less processing, less headaches, less overthinking. Definitely don't overthink stuff, yes. The other benefit to working fast, which I know we're not doing right now, because we're... I knew this would devolve into answering questions, but it's all very important stuff. Working fast, making very quick decisions, again, that comes from your ear education. So that's still the priority, is train your ears. Like I say, just selecting samples, working to references, trying to make stuff that sounds like your references is always a good way. Now there are websites like Sound Gym and Tone Gym, which are a little bit pricey in my opinion, but if they're a great resource. They certainly do the job if you need ear training. That's always going to be the priority, because if you can mix fast, you make decisions faster, you stay in the emotional flow of the music better. You're not sidetracked by suddenly having to put your producer hat down, put your engineer's hat on, and start thinking about decibels of hertz on your snare drum and clap and things like that. If you get all that out of the way in the sound selection phase, you're going to be able to make a much more emotionally coherent track, piece of music, piece of art, because you're going to be working a lot faster with better ingredients. It's just like cooking. Crap in, crap out. So, yeah, better if it's done in kind of one swoop. You don't want to become engineer for 1 second. Well, engineer for 2 hours and then forget what you were trying to do before you were suddenly starting to EQ your snare drums, because you probably forgot a really good idea. It's like composer group therapy. They do become this, don't they? For anyone that wanted Tech House start to finish, I am sorry, I have failed you. But let's see if we can get back on track. I want a chopped up vocal. I'm going to take the DoD one for the chop up. It doesn't matter what I use. If you saw my Stutter House tutorial, you'll know it doesn't matter what the vocal is for the chop up. This was B minor, isn't it? So we need to go down 5. See how we sound down here. This needs to be 1 beat earlier.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain we caused each other so long. Yeah.
That really works. done. It's over. We just. I'm very annoyed I didn't spot this vocal. It was in the same folder as Sublime. I mean, Sublime worked better for my piano house track, but I couldn't believe.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah.
I may actually use a compressor for the sidechain on this. But I'm going to chop up the vocal, obviously. We want a hook to go with the bass. Kick drum, kick drum, kick drum.
Let's take it back to.
I'm going to let it react to higher frequencies of the kick drum because I don't need to. It's not going to be clashing with the bass frequency.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby.
There we go. Now I don't have to automate it off when the vocal is not with a kick drum.
Let's take it back to a time when we were. Let's take.
What can we do with our chords here? I think I might just go 6 and 4 again, just avoiding the 1.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby.
Oops.
Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah.
Actually, that sounded good. Let's I can suddenly hear a pitch bend, so I'm going to turn this on to 3. My only gripe with Vital, by the way, is the pitch bend doesn't work until you enable MPE. It's very annoying. I think it's an Ableton specific issue as well. So we're going to use pitch bends. I want to go something like this.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And then back the other way.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah.
Yeah, mint vocal hook pack.
Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long.
It's a little muddy because we've pitched it down. I'm just going to remove some of the lowest.
Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah. Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love.
That's fine, to be honest. Again, not going to spend very long on that. I want delay. I'm going to use a 6 sample delay because I want the duck feature. I'm going to duck it out, duck the echo out of the way until the vocal disappears. Don't need that many repeats.
Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah. Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain we caused each other so long, yeah.
Right, hi-hats need to change. I'm going to take.
Let's take it back to a time.
I'm going to. What should we do here? I want the hi-hat energy to be different in the drop. So I'm going to. We could just pick another loop, but I am going to shorten this open hi-hat here with just a volume envelope.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us subtract all the pain. We've lost each other so long. Yeah. Let's take it back to a time.
So we've got that going on now instead of. So that high energy hi-hat will be our pickup.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us subtract all the pain. We've lost each other so long. Yeah.
A good smudge.
Take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us subtract all the pain. We've lost each other so long. Yeah.
Not bad, that works, that works. I think our vocal's too loud.
Let's take it back to a time.
Let us also, let's do our hook, our chopped up hook.
To a time when we were so much in love, baby.
I think the highest notes,
Let's take it back.
the back, would be a nice one to grab. Just going to throw that in a sampler, copy paste. Let's put our side chain on over here as well. And let's have a play with some. Now there's a bend, so I think I'm going to. What was I inspired to do the hook, the chopped up hook from?
Vogue, it's giving life.
Oh, is that good? Do we want syncopation or do we want square groove? Oh, we're not swung. We're not swung. Better sounding. Yeah, not really, not really. Ooh, that might be a good tone. We don't have to drop with that. That could be a pickup, maybe. Let's duplicate twice and add a turn around with the bass. I think the sidechain could be heavier. That's the melodic version. We could also, speaking of Dom Dollar earlier, you could literally just, you could add this as almost as a percussive. That could also be a pickup. What do we think? The percussive pace thing or the melodic? And not to say we couldn't use both. I don't know how far behind the stream is. Sorry. So when you say yes, pick that one. I don't know which one. Oh, Binary Solo wants polymeter. Polymeter in tech house. Get banned. You're disgusting. We could do. We could do. You could do it in you don't have to be too I'll tell you what, I will change these to different colors so we can vote on colors. Let's go purple, blue, and yellow for now. Polymeter you could do with the camel fat thing every 3. Doesn't have to be it's a little bit more confusing because our bass is on square groove like this blue one. Let's carry that on to its logical conclusion. Binary Solo. Yeah, I'm just creative. Why stick to a genre so tightly? Exactly. Good point. Binary Solo. I was only joking. By all means, I think all my best ideas come from the other genres. In fact, I always tell the same story. I've probably told this to you guys many times now, but one time I was ghostwriting for a new... Well, I'd worked with them before, but they were forming a new brand, which was going to be a tech house brand. And I was playing brand. They were asking my advice on the branding side of things because I've been successful with that in the past. So I was advising them I was basically asking, what do you want to do to differentiate yourselves from all of the other tech house? And this is in the early days of tech house. So it's like, obviously, its purpose is kind of underground, kind of not. Drops on the one, etc. Being a musician, my inclination was always to add melody to everything, right? So it's like, how about these synth melodies, like rave synth melodies on top of tech house? And they said, no. That's not cool in the genre. That's not cool at all. Don't do that. And then I think within 6 months, Fisher came through with the big one. What was Fisher's big one? I've blanked. Somebody remind me. Losing it. Yeah, I'm losing it. Yeah, Losing It came through with the melody on top and basically a rave synth. And obviously that changed tech house forever. So, I mean, from that point onwards, because before that it was very, very, it was for very dark underground places that weren't melodic. It was considered uncool. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that don't think Fisher is cool in the purist tech house. Well, purist tech house would be a lot earlier. The tech house we know today isn't what some people would call tech house. But anyway, different thing. I'm sure what some of the modern purists of tech house would call Fisher is not tech house. So, but, you know, it depends what you're aiming for. Do you want to stand out, or do you want to be just the middle part of someone's set? The track that nobody goes up to the DJ and asks for. For some reason, I find a lot of producers are scared of that. You know, the best thing you can possibly hope for is that everyone comes up to the desk and says, "What is that track you are playing?" It's amazing. You would think that would be a good thing, but apparently that's selling out in certain people's eyes. So, yes, it's a bit of a paradox, the old underground world. But yes, by all means, that's the lesson. As Binary Solar says, don't you can pull stuff from other genres. It's probably the best creative inputs you'll, especially if you're feeling stagnant. I pull from rock all the time because that's I grew up with rock and metal. And vice versa. I really wish one day to produce a metal act with everything I've known now for after producing and engineering dance music for 10 years. I would love to do a metal act with that knowledge now, because there's lots that metal can learn from, or rock in general, that can learn from dance big time. But anyway. I want to take the swing off that a bit. Swing hurts these cross rhythms a little bit. Polymeter, cross rhythm. There's lots of ways of describing these. You could also do something like you could actually keep it in. Keep it on the bass vibe, but swap octaves every 3. This would be a form of polymeter, but not. Or maybe you would it'd be 1 low and 2 high. That's kind of a hybrid polymeter of that one and that whole thing. I think limiting that to 2 bars would be pretty good. No, it doesn't work when it changes pitches. Note length would be good to mess around with. That sounded good when it went long accidentally then. That's what she said. I'm sorry. I had to. How does the straight one? I think blue's winning for me. But the cross rhythm was certainly worth exploring. It's probably the wrong sound for it. Wrong bass line. You could absolutely do polymeter in tech house, probably with a different bass line. Yes, Pendulum are a great example. Binary Solo. Yep. When Propane Nightmares came on, they played that in the metal clubs because that dun, 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 that's just a metal riff on brass and synth, and we loved it, and we didn't. We were obviously everyone was already into the Prodigy, so you're exposed to some forms of drum and bass, but the engineering on the pendulum stuff was fantastic for the day as well. So, anyways.
Let us subtract on the pain because it's so long, yeah.
I'm thinking that skip doesn't happen every time. Oh, nope. Oh, also the I did like some of the actually we can use our other clap sound, can't we? Oh, are they the same clap now? That's a mistake. It doesn't matter. I think that's a nice turnaround.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us subtract on the pain because each other so long, yeah. Let's take it back to a time when we
Smudge the tops.
were so much in love,
I'm gonna fade out the kick as well.
let us subtract on the pain because each other so long, yeah.
Nice. Sorry, children. Right. Do we have everything we need for a track? Probably. I can hear more drum pickups. Maybe some interesting fills. I have to do a video on fills as well. It is on the list. I'm struggling on how to describe it. Something very instinctual for me. Again, coming from the rock thing. I've picked up a lot of my favourite fills from there, really. Not necessarily... You do get a feel for where they should be applied. What rhythms should be applied in dance, but I've not yet thought of how to explain it properly. Yeah, so arrangement-wise, for those who struggle to finish the loop, this is where you need to put your producer hat back on, and you need to think about its final destination. Obviously, it's a club track. We know that, but there's deeper considerations like where in the set does it go? and who's playing it, and what are they playing it back to back with? Those kind of things. That would determine a lot of your arrangement decisions, and then in turn a lot of your details and things like, because you could absolutely turn this into an underground 8-minute thing. I know it's probably a bit bouncy for that, commercial bass line, if you want to call it that. I'm not sure, but maybe it's not. Maybe you'd get rid of the brass stab for a more ravey one. I think that brightens up the mood a bit. Actually, what does that sound like an octave? Oh, it just sounds like a piano. Yeah. But those kind of decisions, like if this was an 8-minute mix for, a smaller club with lots of red lights. I'm thinking of, the Red Room in Pasha, that kind of thing. I might swap out that stab for a darker stab. And it might affect the amount of reverb I put on things, because in a smaller club, things bounce around more. You can get away with a much drier, rawer sounding track. Whereas I wouldn't have to change a lot of the elements, like, the bass line would stay. The general gist of the instrumentation would stay the same. That pad can stay, for example. It's probably just the stabs. Maybe you might not swing it as much. There's lots of decisions like that. So it's that global thinking, holistic outlook thing. You need to know where this track goes. And if you're so new and you don't DJ yet yourself, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just taking this extended mix structure from Noisu. There's nothing wrong with that, because they have a lot more expertise than you do. They've made it this way for a reason. So you would just do that until you learn to get your own feel for your own arrangements. Like this is, I can already see from the shape what type of mix this is, because we have a minute mix in, that's typical. We have a mini break, which is a 15 or a 30-second break between our first drop and first and a half drop. Drop 1 and drop 1.5 are usually pretty similar. This might be where we swap hooks around. This is where we high pass. See, I don't have to. Let's play back this. So
Vogue, it's giving life.
we have 30 seconds of the drop.
Vogue.
The bass comes out a bit. Yep, I mean the bottom end, not the bass part. It's running with a snare.
Vogue, it's giving life.
Then it's a false drop, as in no drums, but the drums will come back in.
Vogue, it's giving life. Goals, it's giving Mariah. Diva, it's giving Rainbow. Era, it's giving Queen.
That's a way of changing up the drop. What we call an anti-drop. You think it's building to something with a snare. Big kick build.
It's giving Madonna. Vogue, it's giving life.
And it's just down to kick, bass, and vocals. Stripped. We call that an anti-drop. Well, I do anyway. Another 30 seconds of drop. That would be here to here. And then this is what we call a mix out. This is your first. If the DJ only wants to do what we call a one drop, different type of one drop to staying on the one chord, as in just wants to play one drop, because it's a very what I would call an ADHD crowd. And you want to swap things in and out very quick. Or maybe you've noticed the track isn't working and you're trying to keep the audience on the floor. This is your mix out point. This is your first available. This is dual purpose. So we can either mix out here with 15 seconds to go, or this serves as a energy. This is leading the energy down into the main break, where we're going to spend a long time building. So we're down for a whole minute here, and then your last dropping out. Oh, nice synth, nice synth. Who picked Vogue again? Good shout.
Vogue. It's giving Madonna. Vogue. It's giving.
Yep, swapping between hooks. So they bring in a new rave hook, vocal back.
Vogue. It's giving.
And I presume that's a 45?
Vogue. It's giving life.
Oh.
Gaga.
Yeah, it's a 45-second outro. Yeah. Last drop. Yeah. You either go for 30, 45, a minute if you really need to. But that's rare. And then you have pretty much the same. You want the same length outro as your intro, which will be a minute in this case. Most DJs will make do with 30 seconds. Depends how old school you are. Some prefer the full minute. It never hurts to put it in. Obviously, you want nothing in the outro that's going to mess with the hook of the next track coming in. So it's wise to get rid of the bass. Yes. So that's a very typical mix for, like I say, it's not just this genre. It's like depends on audience and venue, but you would have no problems with that. With this, would have, yeah. So we would do our. We probably drop without this. You may put in fills from this, because hooks are always even more powerful when you tease them. Kind of that kind of thing. Might not keep this, but that kind of idea. Just for now. Preferably we want different ones of these. And then this might be where we so we come back to smaller drums. Pressing the wrong buttons because I can't see my keyboard again. Automation. There we go. Sorry. We go back to bass, no sub. We don't have to creep it in though. And we can filter in our vocal hook. Gonna bring the smudge over. The pad. Now you don't have to do, you'll know from your track whether it's appropriate to do that anti-drop thing. I don't think we do in this case because I don't actually, you could do either, it doesn't matter. We could pull a snare in here, it's not actually necessary. If your drop is already working, we might need a snare for the last build though. So I'm just going to grab, I already have a, one pre-done, that'll do, 16s. If you didn't know, by the way, Ableton lets you save stuff just by dragging it into the browser. So that would save my entire pad, its sounds and MIDI, so you can draw on it for later. So it's useful to have all things like that ready to go. This is just a snare roll that's made of some Cashmere samples and a Mark Knight sample. Sounded great together, and I just saved it because I was so happy with it. So may even go might mute the hi-hats there. Where's your drop gone? Pull the claps out for extra anticipation right at the end. Something like that. That sounds good. Yes, thank you, Scorpio. If you missed me making that, by the way, they're the easiest things to make in the world. Just start with the default saw wave, add some unison to taste, pick your amount of detune from house to trance to rave. Those are your extreme ranges. Trance. So that sounds really trancy, about 20% detune. Ravey, when it's really out of tune. Or even automate the thing. And that's it. I've added some noise and then just put it under a filter. And that's your dance pad done. Actually, while we're doing Fisher style, there is one more thing you can do to that pad to add interest. He did it on Shake It Off. Was it? Not Shake It Off. What was the track I did the video on? I've forgotten my own videos. Take It Off. Take It Off. I'm thinking of what's Shake It Off? Oh, Taylor Swift. No, not Taylor Swift. Fisher. He does a thing where he adds pitch wobble. So we could go. We could add an LFO to the pitch and increase this over time. We go to advanced, that will let me set, sorry, the matrix, that will let me set this to 0. There we go. Then I can just put this on a macro. And we can have that speed up. I want it on milliseconds, not in time. You don't want it that fast. Probably that, and we don't want this amount to be. Also, this needs to be bipolar, so it goes up and down, not just. And again, not that much. This is supposed to be 0. Oh, I have added the wrong thing. My apologies. We delete that one. I have messed that right up. Let me remove. Professional. I'm a professional, honest. Right. We add pitch, wobble via the LFO. So that's correct. We don't want to trigger. We want this on sync so it doesn't start again every time. Right, we want to go up and down. So this is bipolar. So the amount of that. Right, now it's working. I don't know why it didn't earlier. And this goes to speed. There we go. And then we can just add the chaos right at the end. It doesn't really work. You can't actually hear what's going on there. But if you need that effect, now you know how to do it. These things should be tried. Fine. I've not labeled anything, have I? What do you do about the volume being sounding quieter when start again? What do you do about volume sounding quieter whilst the track is being sidechained? Oh, right, yes. Yeah, I just automate a utility on usually. Plus, if it's a heavy sidechain for half the amount, you want that probably about 3 dB, because 6 dB is twice the volume. So if you're subtracting half the sound for half the time, I showed that on the Stutter House video, because the gating of the Stutter House has very much the similar effect, because you're cutting out the sound for half the time. You have to compensate the volume, yes. So if it's an important part that needs to drop, yeah. You either have it quieter in the break by 3 dB and then have the sidechain automated on at plus 3 dB or something like that. Hello, David. So let's take that example. We'll probably need more details for interest. But imagine that was our 30-second first drop 1.5. Obviously, we can go to a mix out section here. So I'm going to take the smaller drums and the kick drum and the bass. We'll leave the sub in. No, we can't. I will turn down the length of the open hi-hat. No, that loop doesn't work at all without the... There we go. I was missing the last bit of the tambourine. So this is the opportunity for them to mix out. When it comes to your break arrangements, you have another decision to make, which is, again, this is determined by where it is in the set, what kind of DJs will play it, and what kind of club, and your audience, obviously. So the decision you have is, are you going to roll or not roll? So do you keep the groove flowing all the way through? So you're keeping everyone dancing, but the energy is lower. You know, the bit where everyone stares at their feet. That kind of, what I call small dancing. I hope you understand that, small dancing section. Do we roll all the way through? Or do we go no drums and have like a bit of a moment? You know, you could have like, I don't know why I have a whoosh ready to go, but I do. This one, this kind of thing. That wouldn't be it. We mix out there. You might even do something like that. This would be mixing out, smudging out. That's still way too loud. Let's try a reverse version of that. It sounds like Disclosure all of a sudden. What are my thoughts on adding vinyl noise and other sorts of crackles as background layer to fill empty gaps? Absolutely. Yeah, I think that brings lots of flavor. You saw I did it on a few of my recent tutorials. There was vinyl crackle all over the all over the tutorial because it was just left on the master, I think. But yeah, there's a great plugin called Textures. There's lots of ways of doing this, by the way. Obviously, be careful where you put these, but let's put this on the drum bus, for example. So this only plays when sound comes through it. There's vinyl and tape in here. You can high pass, low pass, by the way, as well. Something like that, maybe. Or obviously you could use Isotopes vinyl. That will actually give you the pitch wobble as well, which is actually let's throw that on our pad. Something like that. Nothing wrong with a bit of wobble and wear. You can choose. Although you do have to be wary of the mains hum that plugin adds. That's good to add a this mechanical noise. and the mains hum, they can add a lot of subs. Just be wary of that. But yes, I think it's a nice way to add texture, especially if you're nostalgic for it, like, you know, our age. As for filling gaps, yes, I mean, it's a consideration for your headphone listeners, Spotify mix, if you're paranoid that your gaps need interest. In a club, it's not really going to help or do anything because there's always background ambience, as it were. Yeah, it depends why you're doing it, really. But hopefully you can hear the vinyl on the drums doing its job. Bypass that. That's sounding pretty cool. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, I'm all for textures, interest. I'm showing you the fundamental basics here. This is, you know, it's the details that, this is the problem. It comes around to that finishing tracks thing I talked about. It's the details that take 5% of the track takes 95% of the time. Pick whatever ratio you like, 85 and 15. But it's pretty much 5%, 95%. And it's all the little things. And it's those things that are your creative flourishes, which kind of, they just come with time. And experimentation, lots of happy accidents, that kind of thing. Until you get there, don't be afraid to just get your fundamentals right. Because if the track's a banger, it doesn't really, the details aren't the difference maker. You know, that's not what people are going to remember. They're going to remember the hooks, the groove, especially if it's dropped at the right point in the set. All those other considerations. So it's, you know, it's that kind of thing. That's why I don't really teach too much so far about the little detail thing. I do have a video coming called Things That Matter and Things That Don't. It's probably more of a branding rant than anything, because your branding really matters. Your identity is what carries your music forward. People don't find you without your identity. So it's problems like that which are the big thing. Concentrating on, you know, the little touches of that make you a musical artist is not important, but it's more of a stroking your own ego thing probably than truly making a difference to the overall message of the track, especially a club track. You know, know your audience, know the importance. Hippo's here. Hello, Hippo Games. Enjoy your walk. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, don't worry about the details. It's more important you finish a track. That bit's always more important. Don't let the tiny things. If the track's 80% done, it's not worth being sat on your hard drive for another month. Give it one. Well, personally, I give it one fresh ears session. Spend a week away from the track. Move on to something else. Come back in a week. Give it a fresh listen. And if you can't hear anything to add and nothing jumps out at you, you're always going to make tweaks to sounds and your mix, and you just won't be able to help doing that. So that's always going to happen. You'll tweak indefinitely. Don't let that be the it's not quite there deciding factor thing. Give it one fresh listen. If nothing jumps out at you in terms of actual content to add to it, other than your typical tweaks with fresh ears that are going to happen, render, hit export, and then release. You can always do a sequel or a remix or a VIP mix or a director's cut later. It's more important you get it out. If it's 80% done and you just can't hear any, well, you think it's 80% done and you just can't hear anything else to do to it, put it out. Just put it out. Because if there's any gold in there anyway, and it goes viral for any other reason, like maybe it's only got one hook in it and it's just a really good hook and you just couldn't find anything else to go with it, put it out as a 3-minute mix with one really good hook in it, and if someone else really loves it, you might get sampled. And then they can finish the track for you. So, yeah, nice one. I mean, I say this with the benefit of all of what I said earlier. You know, not having to mess with your sounds too much because you got the sound right in the first place. You've just got to trust yourself on that one. Right, how do we build? Obviously, the pad is now going to be on a longer rise for the filter. I might put some reverb on this pad. Of course, we're going to use Dragonfly because it's an atmospheric, moody thing.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on. Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby.
As for the earlier decision of whether we're going to roll through, I think I am. I think we go to small kick. We'll have a break from the bass because that's been in all the way through. This might be where we could always introduce a pad bass. I'm just going to take the pad parts, keep the bottom notes because I want to keep that pitch bend as well. This is going to go down probably an octave or two. We'll soon find out. I've accidentally lengthened those notes. There we go. Oh, I forgot about the pitch. I have plenty of bass pad presets. Let's just grab one of those. Bass pad thick. Oh yeah, we've got one. We are. We need to turn MPE on so the pitch bend behaves. And I think I actually want this high pass on the kick drum only, so we can actually have our thick bass being thick. There we go. Now, do we keep any upper percussion? We don't have to. Maybe a little one. Like maybe... Or maybe this is really quiet.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby.
Not too sure. We might get a new loop for the break. I will turn this down though, definitely. Or it might just be a case of, I think that EQ just sounds a little bit, the hi-hat sounds a little bit thick, so I might just bring it down to that. Yeah, it's the hi-hat.
Let's take it back to a time when we
Might as well keep the high pass on for. We are going to be smudging to build out. Probably from halfway. And this will be a fade out for kick and drums. Snare is going to get very loud. Bass will also fade out. We don't want this bass to take away from the bass of the drop, so I think I'm going to high pass further the pad as well. I may still do something with pitch. And the bass should be coming back in like it does in the intro.
let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain because each other so long, yeah.
This needs to be high passed. We just need the character coming through, not the bottom end messing with our actual bass notes. Something like that. And we can also high pass that out of the way.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the
Let's pick up halfway through.
so long, yeah.
We can be opening the hi-hats.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain.
I want those actually even shorter. Let me just look at the envelope. I'm going to turn the let's put the decay up and the sustain down.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain because each other so long, yeah.
Vocal. Not the most convincing build and drop yet, but that's going to be the principle. Yeah, Scorpion. I still think Paul Fisher produces, though. Chris does right, yes.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh.
I had this debate with Grant.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Let's take
Right, how do we get? Tempted to filter the kick. get some energy back in the room. Etc., not etc. Oh, hang on. Nope. There we go. Too far. I want to turn the delay up as we go. And the duck down so we get overwhelmed by delay. And the smudge needs to carry on. I want this in a filter as well. Let's crank the resonance so it calls attention to itself. Something I didn't quite go over thoroughly in my how to drop video. There's a couple of ways of doing this extra washy drop. You can go straight in like this with the sudden cut. Or you can kind of fade back so that they know when it's coming. Both work. Kind of thing. Doesn't really work with this vocal because we don't carry on with the vocal. Although we could. We need to think about what our last drop addition would be. Actually, I was thinking about the rave synth anyway, wasn't I? From was it the Burning? I think a ravey thing. Let's have a play with I'm kind of hearing that as Darude Sandstormy, which means we need 2 oscillators, 1 an octave and a half up, and then I am going to square wave LFO. Actually, we could either do it with ring modulation, FM, or amplitude modulation. There's a couple of ways of doing this. I'll show you. My instinct was to do this. No. We just need a square wave LFO. And what you do is basically set this very fast to the, actually just the volume of the synth in general will be fine. You get that kind of vibe. We need other things. Let's just put some of the inbuilt reverb on for the minute. Preferably squarish waveforms. Let's try some ring modulation as well. Let me bypass you for a minute. A little bit of FM's nice there. And then we could hide the oscillator. We could FM from this one down the octave. There we go. Now, do we detune? That's the question. Do we rave? Distorted. Dotted, delay. But not all the frequencies. Not that loud. Let's try and get some growl by poking the mids into the distortion. Get rid of the lows. It might actually be too distorted, but we will find out. Let's get the same side chain on as upper bass for now. I imagine all that distortion is creating lots of nastiness at the bottom. Yes, it is. Let's get rid. I may curb the highs.
Let's take it.
Actually, not the side chain. We need a very gentle one. I'm picturing us being on the one. Short. Ah, this may be where we do the cross rhythm, the polymeter. We need to be swung somewhat. Let us try a variation of the bass line. Whoops. Got a bit over enthused with my dragging. Long reverb. I think I want control over the delay, just like my other. Let's try you for starters. I want the bright metallicness of Tal. Considering the energy. My voice is very quiet compared to the track, sorry. Oh, I totally forgot I moved everything to 0, didn't I? If we're using the same bass, maybe we do need the sidechain to be similar. Question is, where would that come in? I would like some pad automation. Just some interest.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain because each other so long, yeah.
To match the mood with some more reverb on the vocal.
Time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain because each other so long. Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain because each other so long, yeah. Let's take it back to a time so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract.
Need to fade in the hi-hats.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so.
How about a high string as well? I heard a high string there. Always good for tension. Literally anything will do. Let's go for 90s vibes with micro keys. Another freebie you should have in your collection. Just holding on the one. Oh, it sounds good in that octave as well. Will I release this song? Yeah, I probably should. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting conversation with the distributor about the vocal, because it's currently a famous song. If I replace the vocal, easy.
Let's take it back to time.
The main headache with this one would be the vocal would be auto-flagged by YouTube. Probably. And that's not such a problem for me. I would be able to appeal it and then prove that I have a splice license and show the... If worst comes to worst, you can fill out a form at Splice and have them get the appeal, get the takedown removed. The problem is if anyone wants to share the song. This is another good piece of advice I should pass on branding wise. The purpose of your music should not be to make you the money directly, right? If you want this to be your living, the music is a means of spreading your name, your brand, your idea, your identity. That's what it should be. And you need to put all things in place that enable its spread. I could put it out as a bootleg. Just obviously not on YouTube.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love.
So yeah, that's going to be interesting. But I could do both versions, right? I could do a bootleg just on the Google Drive for everyone. Right, where's my new rave thing? This needs to start coming in. Into that synth. Fade the vocal out. As such, this should. We may need another track for just a final vocal.
Let's take it back.
Like a drop vocal.
Let's take it back. Let's take it back.
Let's put I want a thin reverb on that one. Don't want any echo on this one. Although we could echo off the back. Might be nice for drop energy, but we've got the rave already. It's probably overkill.
Let's take it back.
Add the strings back in. Let's go with a nice big 909 Ride while we're in 909 mood. Join the hi-hats. Which one is it? Give me the crunchy one. The other hook. That's happened before. You think you've exported the song and another bit comes in at the end. Great way to screw over a DJ. If you ever needed to. Just put a whole other song at the end of the mix out. Fade out the sub and... Phase some things in.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract on the pain because each other so long.
Why did one clap have reverb on it then? Yes, Ollie, I did. I had half a go at setting up a Discord.
Let's take it back to a time when
It's actually a lot more work than I thought it would be. There's all kinds of bots you need to install as virtual moderators. I heard quite a few horror stories, and I just wouldn't be around or have the time to participate myself, so I didn't think it would be. It's kind of not really of much value. I mean, obviously it'd be nice to be able to gather you as a community into one place. Just have it more like a forum. But it was, yeah, I'm not sure, because I wouldn't have the time to police it, and others would. Yeah, how to make the pad is in the video. This will be, just check the VOD out when this goes up after we finish tonight, which will be very soon. It's just a saw wave with unison under a filter. That's all it is. That's all it is. Saw wave, unison. Just add a load of unison voices, put it under a filter, done. Loads of, add sevenths to all your chords. That's literally it. A little bit of white noise as well, but that's just for when we open the filter. It serves as a build aid.
let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love.
Anyway, right. We did it. Let's get full bass at 15 seconds. This stuff's kind of arbitrary. You'll have to speak to, if you're not a DJ, you won't have an instinct for, the DJ themselves will usually cut the bass on the mix-in anyway, so don't worry too much about these decisions about when to bring the bottom end in and stuff like that, but typically you start with the bottom end out. I've got the bottom end out on the master, on the kick, sorry. And then let's put the sub bass in here. Then I'm going to pull the bass back out for the pad section when the vocal comes in. Or maybe we could just go very thin with it, I'm not sure yet. Ah, that's fine. Pull the claps out here. Here. Oh. We need to cut the pad off. Let's mute that when we drop. Or else that's gonna. The 909s could be I don't mind something kind of stuck out a bit though. What I call a lumpy mix. What my manager calls a lumpy mix anyway. I just heard I think we could go clap fill there. Something like that. That would need to be they need to be wet. Shot's probably in too often, to be honest. Probably another thing that's annoying about it. Oh, we could be sneaking in the pad there, maybe just on one chord. So that transition's a little bit smoother. strings are mono. Let's have reverb.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us retract all the pain because each other so long, yeah.
Hello, Meat Puppet. Hello, Abraham. It is a vocal. It's a vocal from Splice, yeah. Obviously, we know DOD had a hit with it recently. Don't be sorry. I'm sorry. We're about to end. But we did it. We did a tech house thing, start to finish. I hope that explained lots of things people needed to know. Yes, I stream every the last Sunday of the month. It is. Try to do 3 or 4 hours on. It's the last Sunday of the month. Is all I've got time for, I'm afraid. Either stream or make a video. But yeah, I've been if you look on my channel, a lot of them are just question and answer sessions usually, but if you look on my channel, the in the live section, they don't go under videos anymore. They've put them in their own section under live on my channel. You'll see all my live streams. I've done it for quite a while. Last Sunday of the month, 6 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, I think. UK time, 6 p.m. UK time. I don't suppose there are any of my American viewers in the chat, are there? I was going to ask about what time is better for them. Obviously, I take it this time's good for you guys. But I could swap it up every now and then. 30% of my audience are the US now. And I don't mind streaming later. Abraham, are you Oh, Steezo is Miami. Right, okay. So you guys just arrived. Is this like what the start time would be? 10 p.m. for me? What time are we? This time's good for East Coast America. Okay. Okay. I'm not adverse to doing a late one every now and then. When Path of Exile, the game, announced, they did a big live event to announce Path of Exile 2, and I stayed up from midnight till 7 a.m. to watch that, all 7 hours. So I don't mind doing the late one every now and then. My voice tends to go after about 4 hours though, so I couldn't continue like tonight. But this is good to know. So. Oh, it's 7:30 in Brazil. Oh my word. Well, thank you for your dedication. I don't think I've seen 7 a.m. for several years. So it's 5:30 in Detroit right now. Okay, so so 10 or 11 my time is the start of your evening after work, basically. Well, if you're working on a Sunday or not. Okay, good to know. I may do a live stream at that time, some point. YouTube does say the majority of my audience is the US now. Obviously, the rest is UK. And then lots of people from, like you say, we've got South America. We've got, was it Finland? We've got Australia. All over the place. Oh, there was, South America was Argentina, wasn't it? But thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'm sorry for the timing for our friends across the pond. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Michaelo? Thank you, Unia. Unia? Terrible with the foreign names, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. Cecil, thank you. Thank you, Meat Beats. Oh, you're Manchester. Yeah. Not Meat Beats, Meat Puppets. Thank you, Scorpion. McScorp. Fort Lauderdale. I see. Thank you, Cecil. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Dakota. This will be up on the VOD. Like I say, it puts them up automatically under the live section, not under the main video section. So, lots of rambling as usual. Tangents. But, yes. I think next week's video will be an opinion piece on something along the lines of warning about YouTube mix tutorials and why I don't make them. Some kind of rant on that, I think. And I need to figure out what your Christmas present is, because I will probably hit 30k for by Christmas. So even if you don't celebrate, you will be getting a present. I don't know what it is yet. Also, someone very famous has contacted me and wants to help me out on a project. I can't say anything right now, but one of my, I did fanboy a little bit. One of my heroes, dance heroes, has reached out, and it's going to be great. So look forward to that news. I don't think it'll happen in time for Christmas, I'm afraid, but we'll figure something out. Maybe it'll be a proper track roast for the 30k, something like that. But get some ideas together. Thank you, Canady. The last Sunday is New Year's Eve. Oh, yeah. I don't think we'll be doing next month. Who's Carl Cox? Not me. Someone said I sound like him. I sound nothing like Carl. We did actually grow up in very close areas in the north of England. But he didn't stay there for his childhood. I mean, for much. He moved down south. He sounds completely different to me. Someone also said I sound like Eric Prydz. I have no idea where they get that from. I'm pretty sure Eric Prydz is Swedish, not North English. Trust me, there's a very big difference between North and South. Or just someone with very good diction and eloquence, which I don't have. Oh, you were asking who was contacting me, Carl Cox. No, we won't play the guessing game. I'll eliminate Carl Cox from the pool, though. But Carl Cox is a DJ hero, obviously, but it wasn't him. But yes. Sorry, the stream is so far behind. No, I definitely don't sound like Carl. Yes, anyway, thank you, everyone. I've got to go and eat now. Let's play us out, shall we? Let's see how it sounds at 0.
Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love, baby. Ooh, yeah. Let us subtract on the pain because each other so long, yeah. Let's take it back to a time when we were so much in love.
Okay, let's switch. Well, thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
So long, yeah.